Welcome, welcome, welcome. Letting folks stream in from all over the world. We're so excited to have you. Give folks a chance to come on in and get their live streams going and join us before we formally kick off here. Welcome to the third annual Global Unity Summit presented by Love Out Loud and In Truth Technologies. I'm Marquesa Brassfield, COO of Love Out Loud and a co-host of this year's live stream. We are so excited to reconnect with this global community and to catalyze these important yet polarizing conversations. Before I bring our CEO, Nicole Gibson, onto the virtual stage to formally open our space and kick off the event, I'd like to welcome and acknowledge some of the amazing streaming partners and communities and speakers that you'll meet. First of all, the Unify community, all 2+ million of you. Be sure to stick around for our session with Raamayan, Ananda in about 3 hours from now. There's also High Vibe Network tuning in with a special shout out to Faze Nazarali, who has been such a champion of the Global Unity Summit all these years. And I'd also like to acknowledge Podopolo, a revolutionary podcast discovery app. We're going to hear from founder and CEO Melinda Whitstock on day 2. Also want to acknowledge Viome, Naveen Jain's big mission to impact health and mental health. We'll be seeing him just after this opening session. And then Purium and F5. We're going to meet Marquesa Finch in a little while today and Kelly Kimball on day 2. And of course, so much love and appreciation for the Love Out Loud community, tuning in from over 40 countries and many, many time zones. We're so happy to have you back and get the gang back together. And now, please allow me to introduce Nicole Gibson, the primary provocateur and space holder for the Global Unity Summit. Nick is the founder and CEO of Love Out Loud and In Truth, and founder of the Love Out Loud Foundation. As this generation's messenger of love, Nick is a modern-day philosopher and poet redefining what it means to be an entrepreneur. Combining the intersections of visionary technology, transformative arts, and complex systems thinking, Nick is building a bridge to an entirely new way of living and being for humanity. She's one of Australia's top 100 most influential women, a Pride of Australia medalist, a finalist for Young Australian of the Year, Australia's youngest ever Commonwealth Commissioner for Mental Health, and so much more. It's my pleasure to welcome my colleague, my friend, Nicole Gibson.
What's up, Em? Thank you.
Well, hello, you.
Welcome to the Global Unity Summit, my friends, Wow, the third annual Global Unity Summit. And this year I get to co-host with my incredible Chief of Ops, and the rest of our team, in one way or another, is actually going to be co-hosting this summit with us. And why that is super special is because the team has experienced massive changes in growth over the past year since we did last summit, and definitely over the past 2 years since we did our first ever Global Unity Summit. And I feel like the community have not had enough time interfacing with you guys. And yeah, I'm so grateful for all of the hard work that each of you have put in. All of the collaborators and speakers that you're going to be hearing from over the next few days, they're also calibrated to Love Out Loud's evolution of our vision to actualize a civilization of love by 2030, but really coming at it from a very systematic, pragmatic perspective that hopefully by the end of summit is going to have convinced you beyond measure that this is possible, that together we are not only holding the intent and developing the philosophical framework and conceptual framework for a civilization of love, but we're actually properly building the infrastructure, engineering and architecting what can and will become a new world. So that's why I'm personally excited. And Em, I think it'd be amazing for you just to share, and we're going to actually invite the whole core Love Out Loud and In Truth team on in 20 or so minutes so they can say hi to all of you guys watching on the live stream, just a reminder to click that share button as well. It makes a huge difference to our traction. So that support is so appreciated. So you're going to hear from the team in just a sec, but I'd love, considering your immense background in technology and your very direct line of work, you know, in the Silicon Valley space and community, what is important when it comes to the conversations we're hosting over the next few days as it relates to your experience and your background, specifically in technology?
Yeah, thank you. So for the last 15 years or so, I've been orbiting around visionary entrepreneurs, primarily in exponential technology. A lot of folks who are following on LinkedIn and watching us live there will know and be able to check out who I've worked with and what I've done there. But the bottom line here is we are in a time of disruptive change where exponentially growing and things are changing faster than our brains are wired to adapt and accommodate. And this can feel overwhelming and polarizing in itself. Just the fact that things feel like they're moving faster than they ever have. And there's this need for us as individuals, as change makers, as people who are wanting to create a better world and contribute to the world we want to see, to adapt on the fly and learn and practice skills that we were never probably trained in school or in some of our early work experiences. This is something that we're in an entirely new time with unprecedented challenges, and it takes practice to even adapt and accommodate to change. But then if I think about where we've been over the last few years, boy, so I'm coming in live from Los Angeles, and here it's a very, very polarizing time, and this is where there's more fear and more risk aversion, the unwillingness to take risks, the unwillingness to learn and evolve and even fail forward. There's this need to be perfect and come out of the gate perfect. Mm-hmm. And there are so many reasons why this can limit the things that we try to do. So that's something that I'm really been thinking about, and it's just kind of like bubbling to the surface at this moment.
I think it's such a relevant point, and whether or not you can relate to that on a professional level or maybe just a personal level, how many conversations do you withhold because you feel like you don't have the answers yet? And I think, you know, one of the things that I contemplate a lot about in the modern day is, once upon a time, we had a appreciation and actually a reverence to a more philosophical way of life, which meant that we were willing to be in the question. And actually we were in acceptance that we may never find a conclusive answer. And as our society in many ways has evolved in ways that are incredible, but we've moved towards this often very scientific lens, which is always putting pressure on the conclusive answer. And what I'd love us to open up to over the next few days is, what if at the end of these 3 days, we don't have a conclusive answer to some of these conversations, but what if it was simply a space of exploration where we could have a conversation that up until this point, maybe you've really wanted to have, but you've been too afraid to have, in the field of economics, technology, health, education, leadership, and what the future of communities look like. All of these tracks, we're going to be unlocking the doors to the conversations of. What if it was simply just a space where we could do some thinking out loud and not be on the front foot of defense as we enter conversations that are, in many cases, highly sensitive, and rightly so. And yet, you know, through the pushing of perfection, when it comes to the conclusive answers, I guess we're all wanting to find during these times of radical uncertainty, we're actually not having the conversations at all. And when we don't have conversations at all, we actually separate ourselves from those around us, and we stop being able to hear and listen to the perspectives of others. And when you partner that with a world that is accelerating in its push for echo chambers, surrounding you with content and ideas that you're likely to agree to, because that's what's going to hook your attention. That's what certain platforms know that you like. So that's being fed to you again and again and again. None of us, and this was actually an interview I had with Andy Russell in the first ever Global Unity Summit, when he was explaining to me for the first time ever, before I myself even moved into technology, just how these echo chambers work, and how one of the things he said to me in that interview was, it doesn't matter how aware you are or how conscious you are that this is the way it works. No one is immune to it, because it is designed to hijack the human mind and the human emotional system. And that really hit me, because here I was thinking that although I'm digesting a lot of information and content and I'm utilizing these platforms, I sort of know, what the go is. So there's a level of immunity. This is what I used to believe. But as he actually started to break down how it works, it actually doesn't matter how much conscious awareness you have of the fact that these echo chambers exist. It doesn't create an immunity. So I think it's safe to say that in an age where we're being saturated with so much information, none of us really are immune to the way that information is shaping our perspective. And I think even more relevant, the way that it's shutting us down from hearing a difference of perspective. And how can we find unity if we're not able to actually hear and see each other beyond our differences, and find that place of sameness, find the human spirit? Up until 2020, Love Out Loud's mission and vision was to build the world's largest love-based movement. Sounds like a very bold mission and vision, but funnily enough, I had yet to be exposed to a movement that really was a stand for love. And I remember when I started Love Out Loud, so many people would say to me, are you sure you want to call it love? What about connection? What about well-being? What about this? What about that? And, it was interesting as I was writing the book, Love Out Loud, which is where it all began, and I was hearing this feedback, it kind of awoken me to just how much we need to specifically have conversations with the very direct intention of love, because of how much it brings up for people. And the triggers, and the fact that there's something in us. And I would say, and I say this with so much love and compassion for all of humanity, in one way or another, it's difficult to live in the times that we are living in without some level of impact on our own heart, without some level of heartbreak, without some level of suffering. For some, that might feel on a conscious level greater than others. But what I really know to be true, and what Global Unity Summit has taught me when I host this event, is we are all connected. And the suffering of one human being, even if they're on the other side of the planet, and we feel so estranged from them and we don't feel connected to them, the reality is there's a butterfly effect. We are connected to them. And as a world, we can only really be as strong as our weakest link, just like we see in families, just like we see in teams. And so what is it going to take to extend what I write about in my book, and what Darwin talked a lot about in his work of biology, which is fascinating? What is it going to take to extend what he called these artificial barriers, these barriers that aren't actually real? When it comes to the spirit, when it comes to the truth atomically, of our connection with one another, that 99.9% of what we are is shared with each other on an atomic level. Isn't that profound? On so many levels, we literally are one. Even when you break it down into the granular, he spoke to these artificial barriers, which are constructs that we create, and what I want to invite all of you guys into as you venture into these conversations is these constructs are held together by our beliefs. These constructs are held together by our thought form. These constructs are held together by the way that we feel as we enter our day, and the way that we relate to one another. Because at the end of the day, these artificial barriers of nation states, of sexuality, of race, of gender, these superficial layers, which when held next to the human spirit, really have no weight in terms of separation, have become the dominant narrative for so many. And although it's important that we move into these conversations, we acknowledge, most importantly, the trauma and pain that these biases, that these constructs of hate, of violence, of volatility, of judgment, of segregation, the way that that's broken each of our hearts in one way or another. Although it's important to acknowledge that, I also want to invite you into an understanding through these conversations that I am you and you are me. And the more we understand that, the more we seek to believe in that beyond our differences, the easier it becomes to open our minds, our ears, our hearts to the perspective of another and actually find a middle ground where healing can occur.
I find this so refreshing and energizing. And as you were speaking and sharing, I'm reflecting on, here in the US, we are in between Thanksgiving and the holiday season. Historically, this is a time where many of us see people we haven't seen for a long time for various reasons. And this is frequently a time where we get together and have very charged conversations, at least, in my direct experience and in my friends and social networks. And, it's a time where we might clash heads with, cousin Sam or Uncle, Jain. And I'm really excited to kind of take a step back, enjoy over these next 3 days, these kinds of conversations, and just take a break from the news headlines and what we're supposed to be worried about and afraid of, and actually look at what's going right. What can we do to make this world a better place? How can we design these systems in a way that works for all? So super excited about that. And one of the things, as we get into this, I know we have been sharing that this year's theme is about actualizing a civilization of love by 2030. And Nick, I'd love for you to tell us a little bit more about that mission. Why is this so important? Why 2030?
Where to begin? I mean, what a lot of people ask, and rightly so, when they hear a 2030 vision, is this intentionally a some sort of a competition against the UN SDGs? And I wouldn't necessarily say that, but there is a reality of certain things that, from a sustainability perspective, and just a human, well-being perspective, that we do really need to seek to get right by 2030. That's true. But one of the things that Love Out Loud's work in over 40 countries has been our reach. So it's a huge amount of diversity that we've had the privilege of being able to interface with. And it's really interesting having led a community that is a values-based community that are coming together with a shared love of love, but sometimes not much else. So, their occupation, their social views, status, the country they live in, their religion, all of these things quite often within our community have been very diverse, which I would say is quite rare when you think about what creates the construct of tribe and communities. A lot of the time, people generally hang out with people that are really like them. But what I've seen within Love Out Loud is a lot of people being willing to come together that are very seemingly different because there's this shared belief in love. And that's one of my favorite things about the Love Out Loud community. And if you're an all-time Love Out Louder and you've been with us since the beginning, just a special shout out to you and a thank you. And of course we wouldn't be where we are today if it wasn't for you guys and your relentless pursuit of love. But observing that, leading a community like this, when I look at the SDGs, although they're powerful pillars and frameworks in some ways, what I see is missing is the conversation around the vibrational quality of how we seek to actualize a lot of those goals. It's one thing to say, let's achieve this radical goal. It's another thing to really be in alignment and in integrity and in a full embodiment on an individual level, a team level, a regional level, and a national level to those goals. Because one of the things that I think isn't talked about enough, and I hope this comes out in many of the conversations in varying ways, because I know the visionaries that we're going to interview and dive deep with do share this sense that you have to be able to make something real inside yourself before we can actualize it in the world. There's no shortcuts. There's nothing we can change on the outside. There's nothing we can manipulate on the outside. There's no solution we can try and manufacture out here that's going to sustain itself if we're not changed in here. And this is a conversation that I don't hear when it comes to things like the SDGs, and it's a gap in the conversation that I feel a huge responsibility as Love Out Loud to help meet. So when we got to this place where we had this massive reach through 2020, it was quite amazing to see what happened within our community during the first year of the pandemic, and just how many people were willing to come together in the name of love during a time that was otherwise really seen to be quite fear-based, was that's just step one. Step one was to unify people. Step one was to be able to present and articulate this philosophy that ultimately we only ever have two choices. We're only ever choosing love or we're choosing fear. And out of all the tens of thousands of choices we make a day, if we can just start to become present to that understanding, to that philosophy, am I moving towards love? Am I expanding into love? Am I becoming a bigger version of myself, which aims to include rather than segregate, to be creative and divergent rather than judgmental and limited? Or am I choosing fear? Am I choosing the path that is making me smaller, that is shutting me off, that is rejecting others around me? That was step one. Step two was to understand that individual awareness also needs to become the capacity that I'm speaking to, that's often overlooked. The capacity to really maintain that, and then to multiply that through the development of systems at a level that can become critical mass, so that we awaken to the understanding that when there is enough of us choosing from that vibrational landscape, choosing from the truth of the human spirit, which is what Love Out Loud is a stand for, that we can and will inevitably change the world, because all of this outside is a mirror reflection of our own subconscious and unconscious, and then our collective subconscious and unconscious. When that comes into the light, when we take self-responsibility, when we truly become sovereign, and we do that at a scale that is big enough to shift the collective, our world starts to look radically different. And so building systems of love is so much more than just the objective data points and goals. It's guiding people on a journey. And I do believe that community is paramount to that. We're tribal beings. We're not meant to do this in isolation. We're meant to do it in a unified way. So I encourage all of you who are watching the live stream to jump in our WhatsApp group. The team will put the WhatsApp group links there, the Telegram group that we have, share on the live feed, have a conversation with one another, because almost a guarantee that if you're willing to show up inside a Love Out Loud container, you will make new friends. And there's a beauty to that, that there has to be this collective, unified approach to building this world where each of us are holding each other in the highest version of ourselves and the greatest possibility through love in order to build this new world. And to really use love as the compass, so that we're vibrationally in integrity to what that better world looks like. Because what I know to be true very deeply through my journey as an entrepreneur, especially working with communities, is if you bring the same vibration to a proposed solution that created the problem, it just creates more problems. And I think this disconnect has come from the fact that we've forgotten just how powerful we are. We've forgotten that through our alignment and our conviction and our integrity, we can create anything as a species. We really can. But the catch is, are you willing to do what it takes to actually step into alignment with that? Are you willing to do the deep inner work and take total radical self-responsibility so that you are a vibrational match for that earth that you want to see? It's only then are we going to see it truly actualize. And so that is the evolution of the Love Out Loud vision, that we had the first steps of the people, the community, the heart, the philosophy. But now the next 8 years or 10 years from when that vision shifted, that decade is devoted to building the proper infrastructure the proper architecture that will allow the vibration of love to permeate through these new systems in our world.
I am thinking about that Albert Einstein quote, "No problem can be solved from the same level of consciousness that created it." And so I'm reflecting on Web3 and blockchain. Tough year this year in that space. And I wonder if how these technologies and tools will evolve over the next few years as our consciousness raises and as more people enter this space who have that alignment that you're talking about.
Yeah, amen.
Well, Love Out Loud has been incubating some exciting new technology. So Nick, I'd love for you to talk about In Truth and the journey that's led up to it and what's coming up next.
Yeah. So I think when you have a focus as a company, and in our case as a movement, on critical mass, it's only a matter of time before that that vision is going to intersect with technology in some way. And definitely one of the conversations that I see happen so much in technology is this idea that artificial intelligence is the supreme intelligence, or is fast becoming the supreme intelligence on the planet. And I think that is such a grave miscalculation of the truth. The truth being that inside your human spirit, you know, through true alignment to divinity, you can perform miracles as a human being. And if we look to machines that can only use prediction and probability, that don't have a sensitivity to these very things that we're talking about, this vibrational landscape that is available to us through our emotional bodies, you know, that we are energy and motion, quite literally. If we totally disregard that as an intelligence, and we look to things that are purely based on machine learning, that are using the past to predict the future, then we miss what it means to be human altogether, which is this ability to be spontaneous, this ability to experience the God within, you know. And I definitely think that narrative that's coming from some of the most intelligent minds on the planet, there's got to be, you know, a company, there's got to be a group of people, there's got to be really a movement of people that are willing to be bold enough to say, actually, no, you know, that the human spirit, the power of the human spirit is, when in alignment, capable of anything. And so it was that understanding that began to drive some of the work that In Truth is doing today. And as we dive deeper into our exploration of technology, you know, it's important to us that you guys know, as our community, that our higher purpose is to really uncover the truth in conversations that I think have become very monopolized. And the reality is data, and the way data is being mined and shared is the gold of the modern day, is the gold of the future. And so what's being done with that data? What's that data being used for? Who within that conversation is truly a stand for not just freedom of speech, which we hear so much about, because it's beyond freedom of speech. It's about sovereignty, sovereignty of the spirit. Are we creating a world where we are spiritually mature enough to handle the technological advancement? I write in my my next book, due to come out next year, early next year, that one of the biggest risks, I think, that we're faced with as humanity is that our technological advancement will outweigh our spiritual discernment. And that's something that all of us need to become present to and take seriously, because we can care, you know, and we've demonstrated that there's a level of care when we think about, say, the conversation environmentally, that we are borrowing from the next generation, you know, their resources. But let's start to expand our thinking into how else we're doing that. You know, if we're borrowing sovereignty from the next generation because it's convenient to click that button and get things, you know, on demand and exist within these echo chambers, what are we by default subsequently taking from generations to come? That's really what, in truth, from a bird's eye view, is exploring. And those that have been following the journey, you'll see everything that we're up to. So keen to sort of keep you in the loop. And yeah, it's an exciting next 8 years, that's for sure.
Excited to be on the ride, and I'm excited to be on the ride with this amazing team that everyone's about to meet. So everyone, turn on your cameras and let's say a quick hello, and then we'll get ready for our first official session. Hey, everybody.
Hello, hello.
Let's fire up gallery view so we can see everyone's beautiful faces at once just for this moment. And Victoria Key, our beautiful, wonderful, intelligent, brilliant event coordinator. Show yourself, introduce yourself, say hello.
Thank you so much, Marissa and Nicole. And thank you, everyone, for tuning in. I am so humbled every time we do this work. And just like it is for, I can say, for all of us in this team who are here for a deeper reason. For me, every year, these conversations bring just so much inspiration and joy and hope. Even for someone, it's been a couple of years that I've committed myself to this journey to serve and unify and support humanity on this path at a really global scale. I don't want to take too much time, but I do want to share a little bit about my journey, just really as a summary of where I have come from, being someone who hasn't fit in to basically any kind of box in my own culture, as a Chinese Australian, and my parents were atheists. My dad was Buddhist. There were so many different religions, different thoughts flying around. I've also done a lot of personal development, a lot of learning, you know, about belief systems, about psychology, and it's come full circle all the way around after delving into many layers, realizing that I'm coming to the same place. And that all of these gurus and mentors, when deeply they try to communicate in this limited tool that we have, which is language, we still come to the same place of truth and love. And when I discovered Nicole's work, she was speaking the exact language that I was always searching for. Although we'll do our best to communicate what this is in the summit, it's really a process of discovery that we continue, and rediscovery that we continue on together. And it's really such a privilege to be on this journey with you, because for me, after doing so many flashy things, I've come to this is the most important work that I can do. It's also the most interesting, the most magical, the most abundant, and it brings me the ultimate peace. So grateful to be here, and I look forward to seeing everyone's comments, and looking forward to engage with you and get to know you throughout this series, because we're only getting started.
So beautiful. Thank you, Victoria. Adika James, creative director.
Hello, hello. These are so much fun. Yes, I'm a creative director with In Truth and Love Out Loud. I consider myself an impact artist or engagement artist. And one of the things that I fell in love with instantly when I started talking with Nicole a little over a year ago was just how on the same page we were looking at the human experience from so many different angles. Something that I've seen with art, just to kind of back up a little bit, I look at impact art as art that helps people connect more deeply to themselves and each other. And it's anything from sinking a giant ship and putting a sculpture on it to delight and entertain people to fall in love with the ocean, to giant plush brains to help destigmatize mental health. All of my work has often started with creating a pattern interrupt that puts people in a childlike state so that they're not worried about what they look like, what they're doing. They're not trying to be experts. And then we can direct their attention towards a bigger meaning or goal. And what I've consistently found is we are so much more alike than we are different. And when Nicole said that the first time, I was like, oh my gosh, my life's work has continued to prove this theory. And there's so many topics that we've been spinning around over and over, sharing our opinions, sharing our thoughts, but not really interacting with them, and not interacting with them in a way that starts with, we're the same. We're all inside a 7-year-old child on the playground wanting to play together. And I really never know what we're going to do next with this team, from technology to the Global Unity Summit to transitioning this to an ongoing series of interactive panels we're going to do in the coming year. But I can't think of anything more meaningful to be a part of. And it really relates to the entire world, and creating a platform for people to jump on and feel like they're able to be heard and learn what it's like to really listen to hear, especially when you're listening to someone who may be sharing a completely different perspective from the one that you've learned to understand is true. Most of us really believe that what we believe is the right thing. And I think that when we come from that standpoint, it's easy to get really curious about, well, why does this person believe this is the right thing? And when we listen to understand before to be understood, something really magical happens. So I'm super excited to see what comes from these 3 days, and what comes from the coming year as we use this as a teaser, and especially what comes into people's minds that may be different from what you're expecting when you go into any one of these topics.
So good. So good. Thank you, Vedika. Next up, Tyrone, introduce yourself, live stream operations, logistics.
Hey, so I'm Nick's EA. It's an absolute pleasure to be here. I'm looking forward to connecting with every one of the community here. And yeah, I'm really looking forward to sort of being connected with all of you throughout these 3 days. Thank you.
Amazing. Tommy from Frequency Technologies.
Hey guys, yeah, look, thanks for the invitation to be here as well. Wow, Chinese Australian, Victoria. Well, I guess that makes me a Greek Australian. We're all indigenous earthlings at the end of the day, I guess, right? And having had 28 years in the corporate world, working in IT, had what was called a successful, I guess, career, working for the likes of Amazon and Akamai and Zendesk and all these fantastic companies I was privileged to be part of, and had a health wake-up call at the age of 50. Was a triathlete as well, and that woke me up to, you know, a lot of the things that Nicole talks about and what this the purpose of this team is, especially with connecting the world into a state of love and connection by 2030, unlike plans that others have for the world 2030. So, you know, bringing it all together, I think, making it all inclusive. And Attica, you mentioned about Nicole talking about how really we are so similar, yet at the same time, and I think this is where the world is at, and there's been so many challenges right now into belief systems, regardless of what the agenda has been from different angles, depending on what you believe and your belief system, that the world is in a state that it's in right now, having a good look at the fact that we are all different. And, you know, love out loud being about loving above those differences and those beliefs, because they're only beliefs based on your experiences in your head. whereas all our hearts connect. And so this has been a journey for me, and a lot of the things that I do, having come out of the tech industry, loved how tech can be used as a catalyst and a lever for good, not for bad, to be able to make the small guy and gal bigger, not necessarily corporations or any entity, as long as their intent is honorable and for the world and connecting in love. But loving the second chapter of my life to drive from a purpose of accelerating and using technology to be able to bring everybody together the right way, faster. And so it's about not quality of business these days, it's about quality of life. And really, whether it's your work life or your home life or whatever, it's all life, and it all mixes, I think, together. You know, when you look at the workplace, I'm going to be, have the privilege of moderating a panel, which Nicole and others will be part of, around heart-led leadership on day 3, which I'm really looking forward to, because just in the workplace alone, 79% of us are disengaged. I mean, that is phenomenal. Now, that's the bad news. The good news is when you bring the heart and love into business, the game changes, because 70% of that disengagement can be changed through strong heart-led leadership. So looking forward to bringing that in to the equation. And thank you so much for welcoming me to the fam. And looking forward to the next 3 days. Thanks, guys.
Remarkable. Thank you, Tommy. Always bringing the facts and figures. I love it. And then to take us home, Krista Rain, my co-pilot in operational excellence.
Hey, everybody. My gosh. We haven't even started. We've only talked to the team, and it's incredible. So my name is Krista, as Marisa said, and I just recently joined the team. So if you don't recognize my face, that's why. I've been spending my career collaborating with some of the most well-known thought leaders and personal development experts in the industry, and also created my own movement called Wild and Wise Women that was really focused on community and global giving, living, learning, sharing. And so I just wanted to share quickly that a couple of decades ago, which gives a little bit away, I had the opportunity to really crystallize my life's purpose and to really clarify it and articulate it as to inspire a collective heartbeat. And it's a purpose that guides my every day, my every breath. And what it means to me is universally, but also just around my dining room table, and knowing, as Nick was talking earlier about that butterfly effect, how that can really change the world, really meal by meal, conversation by conversation. And so it's no real surprise that the universe brought me to Nick, to Love Out Loud, whose mission is to actualize the civilization of love by 2030, to this summit, which is all about unity and topics that you just aren't going to find anywhere else, and that make my heart sing. And so all I can say is that it's very clear to me that I'm in exactly the right place. And I want to say to all of you, to the team, to the speakers, to the collaborators, to people in the front, to people in the back, and everyone in between, and to every single viewer, whether it's this right now, sessions tomorrow, sessions later, wherever, whenever you show up, you're in exactly the right place too. And so reach out to us, because we're here for you. It's the whole reason we're here is for you. So reach out to us in the comments. Let us know how we can support you. And well, let's do this thing.
Hey, I know that the event has begun because I'm already in tears. Thank you. Thank you, Krista. Thank you, team. I know that we all have our duties and roles. So thank you so much for joining us, and for each of you, your shares. It's just been such a privilege to work with this group. And I, for those listening and watching, may we all be blessed with such a group who challenges us to be better every single day, holds us exactly where we are, and loves us as we work through all of life's challenges, all of our old beliefs, our old stories that are no longer helpful. I know I've certainly done a lot of that work here already. So thank you all. And Nick, as we transition and we start getting ready for our very first session of the summit, I'd love for you to kind of take us through these 3 days and starting with today, and what are we going to start thinking through when it comes to actualizing a civilization of love?
Great question. And also, team, like what beautiful introduction. So thank you. And I'm so stoked the community are finally getting to hear from you all, and we're gonna make this more regular. Obviously, we have been doing so much in the back end, and I know sometimes when you do a lot of thinking in the back end, it doesn't show on the front end. It seems like maybe, you know, there's a bit of abandonment there, or whatever that might be, and just know that that's not the case. The last 12 months in our world has called us into even deeper contemplation, even deeper consideration of how we can actually best serve you. And so all of that's been done with care, all of that's been done with love, and now it's time to start sharing it, which is so great. So what to expect? I mean, first of all, some of the speakers that we have joining us over the next 3 days, the fact that they have generously donated their time, given their time to this cause, means so much. These are the sorts of speakers that traditionally you would see, you know, at some crazy awesome conference, definitely not on a live stream, you know, for free, available to all. So I'm just going to say it again, and I'm going to say it a few times throughout the few days. When we ask you to click share, it's so that the people in your ecosystem that may not know about us, that may not know these conversations are happening, get the opportunity to have that exposure, that opportunity to digest information and engage with information that otherwise they you know, that they would have to go and pay for, or, you know, they just don't even know it exists. So through our shared impact, that's really such a big part of how we change the world together. So it takes you 2 seconds, click the share on whichever stream that you're watching. If you're on Facebook, share it into any relevant groups that you feel. But the 3 days that we have in store are compartmentalized into the stages of thinking, as it relates to building the civilization of love. So today we're focusing on the belief infrastructure. We're focusing on the conceptualization and the philosophy required in our thinking, in our mindset, in order for the civilization of love to be actualized. So we're kicking off in just a second with Naveen Jain, who I'm going to introduce. I'm so excited, is coming back after he joined us in the first ever Global Unity Summit. And his talk's going to be on audacious belief. So I couldn't imagine there being anything more fitting as our first official keynote, or it's not really a keynote, a fireside chat interview with Naveen. As we move into day 2, we're moving more into the space of design thinking. So what are the design components required to, again, build the civilization of love? And then day 3, we move into the architecting and engineering. So how do we really make that real? And the reason we're doing it in these 3 stages is so that by the end of day 3, you guys are like, wow, you know, not only can I understand conceptually how this could work, I've actually been brought into conversations which are making this real. And that's a big stand that Love Out Loud has made over the past 2 years of our journey as a movement, as an organization. We didn't want to be just another company that's talking about it. We really wanted to figure out how to make it real. And so a part of that is engaging, you know, the thought leaders that have given so much thought to this. You know, recently I saw Esther Perel. I love her. When she was touring Australia, and I brought Tyrone with me, and she didn't say it this time, but the first time I ever saw Esther speak, which was a few years ago now, she said something that really stuck with me. And that was, there's no such thing as an expert. There's just people that have given substantially more thought to a single idea than others. And I loved that because it put that into a frame that, you know, airtime with a certain way of thinking creates this level of expertise. It creates this level of mastery. So part of the way we're framing these conversations is to start to expose you to the relevant airtime so that you in your own world can show up in mastery when it comes to bringing forth the new earth. And I would say, hopefully every single Love Out Louder in one way or another has a vision for a far more altruistic, more compassionate, more loving, more forgiving, more generous world, and wants to stand for that in the way that only you can. So yeah, buckle up. it's going to be great.
Casually life-changing, you know?
Yeah. Casually life-changing. You'll accidentally transform. That's our guarantee.
Whoops, sorry, not sorry.
So how are we going? I think we're almost at the time where we can introduce Naveen. So with that, I'd like to say thank you, Krista, Adika, Marissa, and the rest of the team that have joined us and who didn't join us as well. Thank you. They're here for you. Please jump in when you jump in one of our chats, or you'll see them interacting with you on the live stream. Get to know them. I'm nominating you guys for that, so hopefully that's okay. And yeah, to be continued. But for now, let me just jump across and give the formal introduction for Naveen Jain. He's in the green room right now with Vic. So Vic, just let Naveen know he can jump in here in a couple of minutes after I finish his intro. So Naveen Jain is a serial entrepreneur and visionary philanthropist driven to solve the biggest problems facing today's world. He's a 7-time founder, including Viome, a gut microbiome testing company, which, can I just say, Naveen, we definitely have a few fans of Viome in the team, so they're very excited. A microbiome testing company with a mission to make illness optional, and Moon Express, the first ever space exploration company with the US government approved to send a spacecraft to the moon. How cool is that? Naveen is a vice chairman of the board of Singularity University and the board of trustees at the X Prize Foundation, 2 organizations driving innovation to address humanity's greatest challenges. His many awards, should I say, include the Albert Einstein Technology Medal, United Nations Humanitarian Innovation Award, and the Ellis Island Medal of Honor. Today, Naveen returns to the Global Unity Summit to discuss the power of audacious belief in how individuals can meaningfully solve enormous global challenges. With that, I welcome Naveen Jain. Naveen, welcome to Global Unity.
First of all, Nicole, what an honor. What an honor and a pleasure to be here.
I was just giving your intro. I don't know if you were listening in, but every time...
No, I was not. No, I was not listening, unfortunately.
Every time I read it, I just obviously, I get so excited that we get to dive into some of these conversations. But we were just reading through and sharing with our community, Naveen, your work revolutionizing health with Viome, and your work with X Prize and SU, and then your work in space, the first ever spacecraft to explore the moon. And today we get to talk to you about audacious belief. And when you think about that in the context of the work you've done, what a cool thing to be kicking off Global Unity Summit today talking about.
Well, first of all, Nicole, I want to first of all do a shout out to all the amazing things that you do and your team does. This is out of love what you do. You give your time, your energy, and your resources to something that is meaningful to the humanity. So my hats off to you for doing things you do for the humanity.
Thank you, Naveen. Yeah, well, it wouldn't be made possible, especially these sorts of events, without the generosity of you and all of our other speakers. But, we just gave a bit of a context to what this year's summit looks like, Naveen, and we've split the days into 3 categories. And today is day 1. And that's the philosophical belief infrastructure and conceptual infrastructure required to actualize a world of love, the civilization of love. And then tomorrow we move into design, and then day 3 is architecting. But really this idea of audacious belief, right? That is at the core of the concepts that we require to build a civilization of love. And so I think let's just dive into the deep end straight away.
Sure.
Why do people not dare to believe audaciously?
Well, from when we are born, we have born with this unlimited possibilities, the belief system that does not restrain us in terms of what is possible. So you look at a child, the child has that curiosity. The child has possibilities of everything is possible. And every time you tell them something, no, they say, why? Why does it have to be no, right? And as we grow up, we lose that childlike curiosity. We lose, and we are in fact, are to large extent being guided and constrained by the belief system of what is possible, what can be done. And to large extent, the society starts to teach us, don't dream big, because you dream big, you're going to fail. And what they're doing is giving their belief system and trying to actually enroll into their cult with their belief system that these things are just not possible. And I really believe that we as humans have this unlimited potential. And the only thing that limits us to achieving our full potential is our mindset. And that mindset is governed by our belief system. And if you can change the foundation, which is called belief system, it changes how we think. When you change how you think, it allows you to act what we think. And when you act, the society changes because of what you did. So at the end of the day, your actions cannot be changed unless you change the foundation, which is your belief system. And
so true. Behavior is driven by belief. And
yes.
I think it's so powerful when you start to realize that the way you show up right now in this moment, how you choose to interact with this moment, behave in this moment, is really the marker of the opportunities that you are either going to grasp or miss or completely not see. And beliefs are these filters, right, that are putting our focus in one direction or another direction. And that's driving what we see.
I mean, also, I think just to expand on that, Nicole, the things we see from the eyes of our belief system, right? So when something happens, we tend to label it. Is it good? Is it bad? Just by simply labeling the event that's happening, we change how we react to that event, right? When we believe that this thing happened, I just broke up with my girlfriend. It is the worst thing that could happen. We don't know, is it really good or bad, until maybe a decade later, we meet someone, we just truly fall in love. And we say, oh my God, what an amazing thing that was that I broke up, because that nightmare I couldn't have tolerated.
And then everything seems perfect in that moment.
Everything seems perfect in that moment, right? So point is, and that seemed perfect and you married. And 5 years later, you said, oh my God, why? And now suddenly the thing that looked good start to look bad, right? So point I'm trying to make is that you have to believe universe is my friend. Everything that's happening is for my good. There is no such thing as event being good or bad. What happens, how you react to that event is what changes everything. Right?
That space of neutrality to be able to sort of reclaim your agency, right? Your free will. And I know, Naveen, like over the past few years, people, I think collectively have felt many of their choices haven't really been theirs, their sense of free will, their sense of agency to be able to respond to their environment and their circumstances from a place of sovereignty. I think there's been this collective experience that's been hindered. And so where can people begin to actually find that power within them that you're speaking to?
Well, the first thing is the power exists within us. We just have to actually listen to the faint voice, and it keeps getting fainter and fainter because you stop listening to it, right? Yeah. But once you find the ability to listen to your faint voice, it always guides you. That you are a different person from someone else. Their way of thinking doesn't have to be your way of thinking. And people have this idea that, hey, being different is somehow bad. You want to be part of the society that basically thinks alike. And what I find really unique is that, if you look at the society, it's like a pyramid. At the bottom, there is a masses. And if you really want to be as a mass thinker, then you'll always be at the bottom of the pyramid. As you start to go up, intellectually, emotionally, spiritually, your belief system, you start to move up. And when you get to the top, the apex of that pyramid, you are that unique person. And you have to believe if you are like everyone else, you will be below that apex. You will never be at that apex, right? And, to me, my life has been governed by that. People will say, hey, you will never go do this because you are brown, you're born in India, you don't speak the great English, you have a broken grammar, you are not this, you didn't go to Stanford, you didn't do this, you can't do this. And you know what? It is their view of that world. And to me, every one of that thing is what I say is unique about me. I said, look, I am not like them because I don't think like them. I don't speak like them. I don't look like them. And guess what? And that is my biggest asset. So when you speak like everyone else, I could do multitask and I could be doing my texting and I can still make a sense of what you're saying. When you listen to me, unless you give me 100% of your attention, you don't understand a word I'm saying, right? And that is my asset. Right?
I love that. I love that. Yeah, I mean, it's so true. It's how we choose to frame ourselves, in thinking, and all of us are irrepeatable miracles. And what a disaster to try and rid ourselves of that miraculous nature and be like a norm, a construct. And I've always found it very, strange that the thing we appreciate the most about the icons in our world, whether that's famous artists or entrepreneurs, visionary thinkers, has been their differences, their idiosyncrasies. That's what we ultimately, adore. And yet it's those people that simultaneously often have experienced the weight of the pressure, the societal pressure to conform. And so I want to go into your journey, Naveen, because you grew up in India and you moved to the US at a relatively young age and started the journey that you now are, decades into. What a wild story. At what point did you start to realize, or was it always there, I need to start to believe in something that others see to be impossible?
Well, the first thing that, Nicole, we all do, people who are successful in their own way, however they define their success is, they fall in love with themselves. And that is the first rule. You got to just love yourself. And no one else can love you until you learn to love yourself, right? When you fall in love with yourself is the day when others will fall in love with you. So that's the first thing. And I don't mean when I say love yourself, I don't mean to be self-conceited. I don't mean that. What I mean by that is don't look for other people's approval for doing the things that brings you joy and happiness. Don't let your purpose be defined by someone else's approval. If you feel your calling is to go out and do something, that's your North Star. That is your purpose. That's what you're willing to die for. You don't need someone else to tell you you can do it. You just have to believe in yourself that you can do it, and you go out and make it happen. And even if you don't reach the destination that you set out to do, look at the purpose of your life as a journey. It doesn't matter how far you go. You push the baton far enough that someone is going to come and stand on your shoulder, take that baton from you and take it across the finish line. And that's a win.
I couldn't agree more with that, and I think there's so many things that we need to start to rethink as it relates to what you're saying. I think legacy is one of them, right? How are we really defining legacy, and can we become willing to work towards a legacy that we might not actually get to see fully actualized, but can we still work towards something that we might not get to live to see? How do we reconcile that? Because I'm sure, Naveen, you have visions in your mind with some of your ambitions, companies, pursuits. that that you can see hundreds, if not thousands of years into the future. How have you reconciled internally that knowing that you might not get to actually see it come to life in its fullest fruition?
You do that by simply, taking that knowledge and essentially giving it out to the world, just like what you're doing, Nicole, today. You are relatively very young, but the fact is you're taking on yourself to take the knowledge and actually distributing it to the world, so more and more people can be inspired to continue, right? So not only I do that, but I also actually have 3 amazingly great children. What did we teach them? Exactly the same thing. Take on an audacious idea that no one believed is possible, and you go on and continue to push the boundaries to make that possible. Guess what? My hope is they will take that stuff, give it to the next generation of their kids. And suddenly, by the time the 5th generation comes along, that thing that you and I saw today will become real, if that's how long it takes. More often than not, the things are accelerating so fast. The technology is moving so fast. The things that used to take 50 years or 100 years now are being compressed into decades or 2 decades, not 50 or 100 years, right? If you go back and look at the applications that have been launched, how long did it take for them to get the first million users, right? And you go back and say the last time was Instagram that got to 1 million users, and it took them 6 months. And you look at today, ChatGPT, it took them 7 days to get to 1 million users, right? The point is that the technology is allowing our ideas to spread so fast that couldn't have been possible even 20 years ago or 30 years ago. It wasn't possible to reach hundreds of millions of people, if not billions of people, who can actually listen to your ideas and implement them and run with them, right? And that is what accelerating I would say, the changes that the humanity needs and the society needs.
Totally, and what a way to fuel that belief, right? But we still need to be the ones to have the ideas and to believe in those ideas, so that we can utilize everything at our disposal in the modern day to expand, the ideas that we first have inside our own hearts, inside our own minds. But take us back, Naveen, because I want to make this practical for people too. What were some of the things that you had to believe in deciding to move to the US in the very, very beginning that other people around you just didn't believe? What was the difference in your belief system?
Well, I didn't decide to go to US. It was accidental, in a sense that I was in India, and there was a company who came to the campus to recruit, and they were looking for a computer programmer, and they would normally do an aptitude test. And obviously, I have never even applied for the job. And it so happened, Nicole, I was having lunch with a bunch of friends, and they said to me, look, this is the hardest test they have ever taken. And me being just like, oh my God, I said, how hard can this test be? And they say, have you taken it? And it's like, oh my God, I'm going to go take the damn test so I can tell you this can't be that difficult. And just for that reason, I decided I'm going to go do that.
That was what got you there. Just to prove them wrong.
Just to prove them wrong.
Yeah.
And I took the test, aced it, and next day I got a call from the recruiter and said, we want to interview you for a job as a programmer. And as a programmer, what? He's a computer programmer. I said, what is a computer? I've never seen a computer in my life.
Really? You had never seen a computer?
Never seen a computer. I'm talking 1982. They were not like the computers.
Yeah. Okay.
I said, I've never seen a computer in my life. And they're looking at the thing and say, we don't believe it. We're looking at your in the aptitude test. And they say, okay, can you tell me what's the difference between a bit and a byte? And I say, even a moron knows that bit is small and a byte is big. And he said, there you have it. You are a computer programmer. We're going to train you. And literally they hired me and brought to New Jersey and said, you are a computer programmer. It's like, okay, it looks like I'm a computer programmer. That the reason is they thought I am brown. I must be good programmer. And over time, I learned that that is not, I would never be best at it because I don't have a degree in computer science. But I knew how to take the concepts and apply them. And, ultimately I learned, and then see, that's not for me, but I can maybe help the marketing people really understand the technology behind it because I can do that. Realize that is not good because there is no client who wants to hear from a guy who doesn't speak a proper English. So I said, great, forget it. I go, maybe I'll do a sales. Well, that didn't work out. But I will be a manager. And I finally say, you know what, screw it. I'm going to just start my own company. And that's how I'm going to go prove everyone wrong.
Pure necessity, really, is what pushed you into entrepreneurship. And did you start a company at that time, your very first company in technology and IT?
Oh yeah. I started the company in 1996, just before when the internet was just starting out. And there were like only 5 companies on the internet. I mean, Amazon was just being launched. It was Yahoo and Excite. And it's like, that was the only company. And I said, I think this time has come for me to go do this. And I just started a company, didn't know what I was going to do. And make a long story short, at that time, I believe there's going to be one day in 2000, I'm on record saying that. At that time, there were no iPhones, there were no smartphones. In my mind, I said there has to be a way for people to get their information on their phones. And in those days, Nicole, you're too young to remember, there used to be flip phones.
No, I remember.
Star Trek, Motorola flip phones.
I was there for that, yeah.
So those Motorola flip phones were the most fancy Star Trek phones. And every time I said, look, one day people are going to have a phone that's going to get their stock code, their email, their contacts. They're going to be able to find out where things are, right? And people will be able to drive by Starbucks, and Starbucks is going to give them a coupon because they will know where you are. You have to use your phone to make a payment instead of a credit card. And this is an interview that actually you can Google. Washington Post, Leslie Walker was the interviewer. And she looks at me in 2000. She says, I don't know, sir, what you see and how you come to that conclusion. It can't happen in my lifetime. It's not going to happen in our lifetime.
Is she still alive?
7 years. And she's still alive. 7 years later, I honestly, when iPhone got launched, I called her and I said, I hope you're alive. It's happening. Right. Point was, I built the company based on that belief system that it will happen, even though there was nothing to show it is happening. We signed up every single wireless carrier to say, if that happens, we will build the services for it. That company went on to become a $40 billion company because we believed it was possible.
This is a very powerful, it's simple, but very powerful. And this is definitely something we do internally at Love Out Loud. We pre-think in our vision. Rather than having this vision be something that's separate and in the future, we think about to bring the vision into the present moment and create it as if it was already real. What are the things that we believe in that reality? What are the ways that we behave in that reality so that we can actually connect with the audacity in this present moment and make it real now? And I think every visionary in their own way does this because they live in their vision. So what were some of those beliefs for you? What were the actual core beliefs that you adopted to help you bridge the future and the present moment?
The first thing is that not everything you want to do is possible today. But guess what? You don't have a product today either. So that means you have to believe in the next 3 to 5 years, what will be possible because these technologies are growing exponentially. Can you intercept them at the moment when they become available? That means you start building the framework. You start building everything you need to do to be ready for that to happen. So you're utilizing the tomorrow's technology to solve tomorrow's problem, not yesterday's technology to solve tomorrow's problem, right? And that's literally every single company I've done is with that belief. So today, as you know, Nicole, I run this company called Viome. And that's V as in Victor, IOME, Viome.com. And our belief was very simple. why is it that humans are suffering from more diseases at a younger and younger age? Even though we as humans haven't changed, we haven't, like, our genetic material is somehow, we are different species now, right? Why is it our species, more people have obesity, more people have diabetes, more people have heart disease, more people have depression, more people have cancers, more people are actually suffering from these diseases? What is it that is going on? Whereas every expert was thinking in one way, and this is the concept I want to bring in, which is when you become an expert in a field, when you become so good at something, you become an incrementalist at best. In my opinion, you become useless, because you can be 10% better than others, but you'll never be 10 times better than others. To be 10 times better, you have to rethink, recreate, reimagine the foundation of everything that experts have taken it for granted, right? And that's why people like you come in and say, this world can be different. We can create a different world, but we got to come about it the different way. You can't say, let's create a way for people to believe in something, and we're going to create. No, sir, we're going to allow them to change their own belief system. We're going to empower them. We're going to inspire them. And that's how we're going to change the society, with love, not with a stick, right? And that is a fundamental belief. So we did, and saying, hey, everyone believes your genes are your destiny. You have been told never to take accountability for your own action. When you get cancer, what we say, oh my God, what a bad luck. We never say, oh my God, many bad choices you made. Because that is a terrible thing to tell someone, that, hey, you have this disease not because you have a bad luck, you made bad choices. And we need now, what can we educate people about how to make the right choices? What are the right choices to make, right? And that was fundamentally our belief was, instead of looking at your genetics, what if we can find out how the genes are being expressed? Because gene expression is always changing, even though our genes are not changing, right? So how could we measure why we are getting sick? What is changing? How the food you eat, how it impacts your microbiome in your gut, how it changes what we become. Because I realize the food we eat makes us who we are. What if we can understand, are these foods good for you or are these foods bad for you? But to do that, you have to create a fact-based system, not some, hey, it works. We said, what if we can analyze your body, tell you what is happening in your body, tell you what to do about it, eat these foods, and here's why. Don't eat food this high. Don't take these supplements, take these supplements. And when you do a retest, don't believe that it works. See it for yourself. Are your scores getting better? Are your scores getting worse? And that is the only way you would know it is working for you. So make it such analytical, science-based, mathematical, so you can believe in your own choices. You know whether you followed it or not. I don't. And when you say, I don't follow my diet, my scores become worse. When I do, it becomes better. You know what to do. Right?
It's so powerful. I obviously have a deep passion for health and mental health. I know the work of Viome is also, in its own way, validating the interconnectedness between those two topics, which is incredible. One of the things, Naveen, that I got so frustrated about in the mental health system, which was my background as an entrepreneur, was focused specifically on changing that system, was the beliefs that were consistently reinforced, to someone that was trying to heal. And it sounds very similar to your observation with cancer, for example, that when someone would get a diagnosis with a mental health challenge, the mindset was, okay, well, the best you're ever going to be able to do is manage this. It's some kind of chemical imbalance, and I 12 years ago now was like, no, there's definitely environmental reasons, cultural reasons. There's things that we can do to bring back our sense of choice and personal power to make change. And back then people thought that was a really radical idea. And slowly the conversation is changing, because the rates of mental health got so high that it's really not possible that 80% of our world are all biologically prone to have some kind of chemical imbalance in their brain. So we've been forced now to look at this. But I really relate to what you're saying. People saw that as really out there, and for me it was just obvious.
And that's my point.
Common sense.
And by the way, we actually showed. We actually published the research, and we're publishing another paper very soon. We showed simply changing your diet and simply taking the nutrients your body needs, your depression clinical score comes down by 35 to 40%. We, in fact, are the new research we are publishing shows 47% reduction in depression clinical score simply by changing the diet and getting the right supplements and nutrients that your body needs, and nothing else. And we actually did a control trial. Here are the people who we did not give them the supplements. Here are the people we did. And we saw in 6 months what changes in their depression score, clearly showing them that giving the right nutrients changes your clinical depression, not how you feel, the clinical depression score, right? That, to me, the fundamental belief was the depression is in your brain. And our belief was it is where it manifests in your brain, but actually it is in your gut, right? Your gut-brain connection is very strong. And if we can change the nutrition, you can change the activity in your brain.
Yes, I'm so happy that you're doing, the physical work, because I feel like I've spent a lot of time doing the cultural work to get people to open their minds to believe something different about this conversation. And we have a couple of questions coming in for the live stream, which I'm going to bring in just a second.
Please do.
Of course, yeah. But before I do that, you mentioned it just before, and we've spoken about this as well, your incredible family. And I think that there's something in this that I'd love for you to share with our viewers around what's possible when you seek to create a family where anything is possible. And was this a conversation that you had as a family from the very beginning, or you had with your wife to say, we intentionally want to fuel our children's minds and hearts with this sense of infinite possibility? And what can other parents learn from that?
That's, by the way, one of the best things I can give you is that being a parent is extremely counterintuitive, in a sense that things we believe are right for them tend to be extremely selfish thing what is right for us, right? And we tend to project it must be good for them, right? I can give you a couple of examples, then I'm going to come back and tell you about in terms of what exactly we did there. One of the things that is very common is that, hey, you become really successful. And then you say, oh, my kids are young. I'm going to now retire and spend time with our young children because that's what they need. Now, look at from the children's perspective. The children are seeing my dad made a lot of money. When I go to school, my dad is sitting on the sofa watching CNBC. I come back from school, my dad is at home telling, go to work, go to your home, go to your homework, go to your room, work hard. Hard work is what it takes. And I'm thinking, I want to grow up just like my dad, sit on the sofa and watch CNBC, right? They don't care what you tell them. What they care is what they see you do. If you tell them money doesn't matter, and you make a lot of money and you're sitting at home and you say, Dad, money does matter. I saw you work hard, you're no longer working hard. Don't tell me money doesn't matter. Instead, what, in our situation, as I told you, my first company was widely successful, went up to massive company, right? Guess what? I went and started a second company and the third company. And then we say, we're going to go to the moon. Dad, no company has done that. How is that even possible? Let's go try it. Then Dad, you're 58 now. What do you mean you think like starting a healthcare company? What do you know about healthcare? Well, let me show you. Guess what? When they grow up, My daughter is running a women's health company called Evvy, EVVY. Unbelievable. She said, Dad, until 93, women were not even allowed to be in a clinical trial. So every drug a woman takes today has never been tested on a woman, and no wonder they have more side effects and the drugs don't work because they weren't even allowed. I'm going to change that. I'm going to design the things just for women because they deserve better. Now, no one said, sweetie, you're 25 years old and you're telling me you can solve the 4 billion women's problem? She said, Dad, if I can't, then who will? And she even said, Dad, you're not even that smart. And if you can do this, I definitely can.
You said that? What did you say to that?
But the point is, every child believes their parents are not very smart. They are the morons. That's how I would say to my mom and dad, well, that was your generation. That was very different. I understand that. But you know, world has changed now.
I guess we need to believe that, in order to keep pioneering forward. Yeah.
But the thing that we did very interesting was we actually not only told them, we lived by that. Your success will never be measured by how much money you have in the bank. Your success will be measured by how many lives you improve, right? Mm-hmm. And we lived by it every day when we talk and say, I'm starting this company because it's going to improve the billion people's life. I am doing this because this is what's going to change the billions people's life. So every one of our child. So if you look at our oldest, who is 32 years old, and now he's building a whole company to take the young people to be able to live in an apartment, to be able to actually earn points on when they live in an apartment. This company called Built, B-I-L-T, Built Rewards, right? So point is, he started something that completely changed the way people live. Guess what? It got rewarded that even in this market, he just was given 150 million at 1.5 billion valuation for a company that's 7 months old, because he took on an audacious challenge that no one thought was even possible. To have a credit card where you put a rent on it, there is no credit card fees. People thought, how can you put something on a credit card? There has to be a credit card fee because that's how the banks make money. And he said, what if that was not true? And people said, what do you mean that was not true? That's how this works. And he said, it doesn't have to be that way. And he literally convinced the MasterCard and Wells Fargo to waive that. Right? And people looked at it like, how did they even, in their mind, that audacious idea wasn't even possible, so they never tried it. Right? And my point is because we told them that everything was possible. In that, to me, I mean, we can go down on more parenting tips as we go along, but I think as we're getting closer to the time, I want to make sure we answer the questions that other users may have. Otherwise, I can go on and give you a whole bunch of parenting tips on what worked.
Yeah, I think the next generation are inheriting extremely complex challenges. And I think what you're sharing with parents is truly one of the most valuable foundations, that if we don't have a generation that believe the impossible, what does that actually mean when you look at some of the challenges we're facing? And my lens being love, part of what I invite people into when they meet love is like, love is the power, it's the force that makes you believe all is possible. And so we need that, if we're going to drive some of these solutions forward. We need that.
And by the way, having them believe in themselves. I remember, my oldest went to Wharton and my daughter went to Stanford, and my youngest one also went to Stanford. My daughter is a Stanford STEM fellow, Stanford Mayfield fellow. Our youngest one is Stanford grad and a Schwarzman scholar. And he's building a company that solves the problem around home mortgages, right? Massive problem in the country. Every one of them went out to find their own path. Every one of them got a great education. And I remember my oldest saying, Dad, how can you possibly believe that I or sister can go to Stanford or Wharton? And I said, if not true, then who? And he said, Dad, it is full of smart people. And I said, but you got to believe not just you are smart, but you're unique. And that uniqueness is what's going to get you into Stanford, not because you're just smart. There are a lot of smart people in this world, but you're unique and that no one else can do the things you do. So you're going to talk about your belief system. You're going to talk about your failures. And I remember my older said, Dad, this is a college application. You want to talk about, brag about what you do. And I said, no, you talk about the failures you have had and what you learned from them. And after a lot of convincing, he did that. And I still remember when I dropped him off to college, the college application, the dean came by and said, Uncle, I remember your application. You were the only kid who talked about the failures. I love it.
And what a cool thing to be reminded of, because so many of us just shy away from it so much. And yet the most powerful change makers, they've conquered that fear of failure, I think, by reframing what it means. So good. Okay, this is an interesting question that's come through. What argument can people have against what we're discussing, and where might that come from? And I would personally love to hear examples of that in your journey.
Well, Nicole, this is the question that I think is really directed to you, because here is someone who is young. I mean, obviously, I'm 63. I have seen the world, and I know the possibilities can be possible. I was going to ask you, where you sit there, why would you take on this audacious challenge? And why would someone say, Nicole, are you kidding me? How is it even possible?
Yeah,
How would you answer that?
Yeah, I mean, for me, it's I think like Love Out Loud's mission to reach a tipping point, a critical mass point of the world living in love and out of fear. It's the easy answer for us within our framework of philosophy is fear. People are afraid of what they don't understand. People are afraid of what's not familiar to them. And I think when you are a stand for something like what Love Out Loud's a stand for, there is a level of quite a strong level of personal accountability and personal responsibility to be aligned to a mission like that. It means that you are going to have to change on an individual level. You're going to have to believe in things that are audacious. You're going to have to change the way that you treat others, the way that you live your own life. And I think for a lot of people, it might not, on the surface level at least, suit them to believe in something that is altruistic, because their habit is to be the opposite of that. So I think that's where it begins. And I know a lot of the time it's unconscious, because these belief structures are so deep, from so many different intersections of our experience, that the fear that constrains us and stops us from believing. Like when people say to me, how could you believe that you're going to get 350 million people to live love, and what's interesting about my journey is the work I've done led me to make that thought seem like the logical next step. It's just enough of us making the same choice at the same time, which will and does change our world. To me, it's common sense, but for someone else, it kind of seems like really out there. And I guess, it's uncomfortable. It's uncomfortable for people to stretch themselves. Yeah.
I think that's very good. I think I would have basically, just to expand on that, I think, to me, the ideas that you have may or may not work, but every idea that does not work is simply a stepping stone to a different idea and a bigger idea. That means your simple execution for that day may not be the same and not work, but doesn't mean your mission had changed. All you do is step back and say, maybe I need to do a pivot. Maybe I need to go around to get to my mission. So my mission will never change. My guiding light is there. And how I get there may actually take a different path than I had originally imagined.
Yeah.
And I always let people know that things are going to be looking not always good. And this is what to me is really my life is all about, to say, if you are doing something audacious, you have to feel alive. And the way you know you are alive is you have a heartbeat. And what does it look like? It goes up and down and up and down and up and down. And when it's smooth, you are dead. When you're looking for a life that is smooth, you're looking for a life of a dead person. If you want to live like a zombie and a dead person, you look for a smooth life. People like us, Nicole, you and I, we live for these heartbeat. When things are down, you know you hunker down and you know the next beat is going to be up. And when you are on top of that beat, never get too arrogant, because always remember the winter is coming and winter shall come.
Yeah, humility is a very important message there, I think, as well.
Yeah.
You know, have a humble
Yeah.
heart and know that there's going to be many pivots.
Yep.
It takes humility. You know, I look at the stats, Naveen,
Yep.
in the startup space, statistically, 9 out of 10 fail. But I always ask myself the question, is it really that 9 out of 10 startups had to fail, or is it because at some point, you know, the founder was maybe too scared to
Yep.
pivot, change, to adapt, to expand into a new way? Adaptation, evolution is such an important part of this conversation.
I mean, look, so far, knock on plastic, every company I have done has been very successful. And it's not because I'm smart. It's just that every company that I have done never ends up where I thought I started. It just never is. I would go start somewhere, and by the time I'm done, it's completely different route. But we got to the same point, but that's not the route I expected it to get there.
It's a great message. It's a really great message, and it actually fits into this next question, which is, what is something that you do on a regular basis that keeps you on track with your goals and dreams and beliefs?
So first of all, curiosity. I mean, every time I start a company, it's in completely new industry. That means I read a lot and I'm just very curious about everything. I'm willing to always say, why? And when you ask 3 whys, you get to the root cause of the problem. Like, just think like a 2-year-old. You say something, they say, but that why? And you answer, you say, but that and why? And then by the time you get to 3rd why, you actually now understand at a core, what is the fundamental problem? So the world used to admire the problem solvers. 10, 20 years ago, the people who were like, oh my God, I'm a problem solver. And what I find today is, it's the problem identifier who are actually admired than a problem solving. And tell you why. If we know what the problem is, you can Google and you can solve that problem. Do you even know what the problem is? And I can give you some really dumb example, right? I see my carpet is really dirty. And I say, oh, I need a better vacuum cleaner, so I'm going to buy a new vacuum cleaner. If I decided that is the problem, I can go on the internet and I can find the best vacuum cleaner that I can buy. And a person who is really thinking about the root cause will come to my place and say, yeah, wait a second, Naveen. I don't think your vacuum is the problem. Your windows are leaking, and that's where all the dust is coming from. So until you fix your windows, your vacuum is totally fine. And that's a problem identified, because you see, the problem is not the vacuum cleaner, problem is your windows. And that problem identifier is really the one nowadays that one has to think about. What is the root cause of the problem? What is the true problem? Not is what is the symptom of the problem that you see.
So good. I think that goes for everything in our lives, right? It's really being willing to get to the core of whatever's driving the symptoms you're experiencing in your world. So Naveen, final couple of questions. If you were to summarize maybe like 3 core beliefs, considering this is an audacious belief, that would serve every person listening to live a more audacious life. Like, maybe it's anything is possible. I am enough. Whatever you see that as, that every single person could walk away from this talk with.
So number one would be dream big, and dream so big that people absolutely think you're crazy, right? That means you should be able to dream so big when you say, I can do this. And people say, that's a crazy idea. That means you're at least thinking big, right? Is that right? So that's one thing, is to always dream really big. Never, ever be afraid to fail, because you only fail in life when you give up. Everything else is just a pivot, right? So don't give up. And the last thing really would be, is to be curious. And to part of being curious is asking yourself, what if it actually was possible? Can you imagine, and use the word imagine and describe that world that you can see? The more clear terms you can describe the world that you're imagining, you can find the people who will help you create that. So can you create in vivid details of, I want a world to look like this. And the more clearly you can define that world, you can enroll people into the world, because that vision is so clear to everyone else as well. And that's what the possibilities happen.
Yes, I'm passionate about that. Really take the time to make it real inside you first. So I think that would be an amazing place to end. What currently is just in 4K, the highest definition, real inside you right now? You're enrolling those that you're working beside into, and how can maybe we help crystallize that as a community with you?
Yep. You're right.
What is that for you over the next 10 years, 20 years, the rest of
my
your...
God. So for me, that 4K vision, that for me is really believing in a world where being sick is a matter of choice, not a matter of bad luck. Really believing in a world, to imagine a world where being ill is optional, right? Where sickness is truly optional, because it is the choices we are making every day. And can we educate people? Can we actually know for each individual what are the choices they need to make individually for them to be successful? And there's never going to be a one size fits all. There's never going to be one silver bullet. My belief is that in the future of healthcare is going to be delivered at home, not at the hospital. And the medicines of the future are going to come from a farm, not a pharmacy. And that's the future I want to live in. And that's the future I want to create. And that's the future I want everyone to be enrolled into and help me create.
Yes, I think we are so aligned on that front, that sickness, imbalance of any kind, mentally, emotionally, spiritually, physically, is a matter of choice, where we choose to invest our attention. What an empowering thing to believe about the future of our health system. And I already know that we're going to get there, and probably faster than people realize. And we're going to look back at, putting a knife in us because of surgery, and we're going to think, wow, how barbaric that we had to do that.
Exactly. I mean, and to me, really, the request will be, I want you to please join us. Come become the part of our community, and help us help billions of people live a better life, right? So I need each one of you to come and help me, so we can all help the humanity. So please come to viome.com, viome.com. Find me. Let's all work together to create a world where being sick is truly a matter of choice, not a matter of bad luck.
Yes, and go and find Naveen on all of his social platforms. The team will be tagging you now. So please, if you've seen him speak at Global Unity Summit, message him. I hope that's okay, and let him know what you got from his talk. But we, as I said in the intro, you might not have heard it, we actually have some big Viome fans in our team. And they swear by the product and love the product, and it's changed their life. So we can vouch for it. And I think what an awesome next step for everyone viewing, to go and buy a kit and start to really take control of your health, and know that it is a choice, that the suffering that you might be experiencing or might experience if you don't start to believe, in these ideas today.
Thank you, Nicole.
So
really
much.
appreciate your time.
Always
take care of yourself.
Thank you so much.
Love you, Nicole. Okay, take care. Bye.
Bye. All right, community. So we just encourage you after Naveen's talk to share whatever came up for you, to reflect on maybe some of your own belief constructs, maybe beliefs that are limiting you. If you're a parent, beliefs that you have projected onto your children unconsciously that have prevented them from maybe dreaming as big as they could if they believed anything was possible. I mean, you heard those case studies. That's amazing. One thing that I personally found really interesting about Naveen's reflections just then is every single company he started was in a completely different industry that he had no previous knowledge about. And I know in my own journey, Love Out Loud's move into technology, if you had told me 3 years ago that I would be building a tech startup, I would have thought you were out of your mind, because that was just so never where I thought my journey would go. But because I had the vision at the center of my thinking, the impact, the transformation that in my own vision as a team, we wanted to create in the world, naturally, the periphery of opportunity to catalyze that change started to come into my focus. And there was a big level of audacity to say, you know what, I don't know how to do that yet. I remember being in meetings early on with developers, like Googling things like SDKs and APIs. That's how much I didn't know the lingo. But because the belief was there, the audacity, it drove me consistently to get the job done and to figure it out. And I think humans are so amazing at solving problems when we have that curiosity, that childlike wonder, that audacious belief, that love of ourselves, love of this experience of life. Truly anything becomes possible. Yeah. And I definitely heard that all throughout everything Naveen shared. And so if you're on the stream or in the WhatsApp group or the Telegram, share your reflections, share the beliefs that you're going to choose to let go and get rid of, and share the beliefs that you're going to choose to step into, so that you can really in your own life be a vibrational match in the way that you behave, the actions that are driven by those beliefs, to support all of us to build that civilization of love, which is ultimately why I know we're here. So thank you again, Naveen. You're so loved and appreciated by our community. Go over to Viome, check it out, and use the product. Let Naveen know how the product has transformed your life. What's coming up next is we're going to have a short break of about 20 minutes, and then we're coming back to have a fireside chat with Marquesa, which, yeah, this is going to be, it's going to be an awesome talk. So Marquesa Finch is speaking on diversity and entrepreneurship, and I'll give her a formal introduction when we're back from the break. But take this time to make new friends, take this time to do some reflection, make sure you're sharing that, getting the conversation going, and drink some water, and we'll see you in just a minute. I was on mute. Welcome back to the Global Unity Summit, day 1, as I'm about to introduce our next speaker, Marquesa Finch. Before I do that, I just want to remind you guys to click the share button on all of our live streams, especially on Facebook, because there's the function to be able to share it onto pages, groups, extend our reach. I hope you enjoyed, well, we know you enjoyed because we're getting the feedback come through, Naveen Jain's talk on audacious belief, such a great foundational conversation to kick off Summit with. And now we're going to enter a conversation on diversity in entrepreneurship. And when you think about this in the context of day 1 of Summit being the conceptual frameworks required, the philosophical frameworks required to really build the civilization of love, of course, this is, I think we would all agree, one of the most important areas for us to really dive into. So Marquesa Finch is the founder and CEO of Purium, a marketplace for non-accredited investors to buy equity and debt into private companies. She's a vocal leader and advocate for women and underrepresented groups, championing diversity and inclusion in tech through entrepreneurship. I personally met Marquesa through her work in F5, and what an incredible mission F5 is on to empower women in technology. It's a venture fund exclusively supporting women. She's also the blockchain health lead at Silicon Valley Blockchain Society, which is pretty cool, and an investor and advisor for digital health companies making a social impact. So I'm so excited for you guys to meet Marquesa. She's incredibly special, and for this conversation to take place, changing the landscape of entrepreneurship, investing, and wealth generation, including what we can do as individuals, change makers, and investors to fund the future we want to see. So just a special shout out before I let her in and you guys get to meet her yourself. If there is someone in your network, your community that you feel maybe specifically needs to hear this talk, hear this conversation, I'm just going to urge you guys to grab the link, whichever streaming platform you're watching us on, and just shoot a message and share it with them, because this content really is about exposing people to conversations that they might not even be aware need to be had. And more broadly, maybe they're too afraid to have themselves right now. And so this could be a place and a source of empowerment. So without further ado, officially introducing all of you guys to Marquesa, who's jumping on now. What's up? Good morning, good afternoon for you.
Take myself off mute. What's up? It is good evening over here in California. I'm in San Francisco.
Thank you for joining us on your Friday evening. I mean, that's not a sign of dedication.
I didn't have much to do. So we'd rather be here with you guys anyways. But thanks for having me all the way, I guess globally. Everyone's coming from all over the world, huh?
Yeah, we're streaming, I think, a reach of about 40 countries across our different platforms, which is pretty cool. Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. Well, thanks for having me, Nicole. This is really an honor, and it'll be fun to chat about what we were talking about behind the scenes last week. So happy to jump into it.
Thank you, Marquesa. Yeah, I just gave you a formal introduction, all of your background with Purium and F5 and the Blockchain Society. So they know what's up, and we're going to be keeping an eye on the live stream as well. So as those questions come through, I'll probably save them for the end, but
okay.
Yeah, be prepared for that. But I'd love to begin. We just had a talk from Naveen on audacious belief, and he created this really great, I think, foundation for the rest of the conversations we have across Summit around what it takes to believe audaciously. And for him, what were some of the beliefs that were really audacious, in the mindset of others, that allowed him to do what other people perceive to be impossible. And we know how difficult it's been to have underrepresented groups represented, in some of the ecosystems that you have championed. And so I'd love to begin there. What were some of the things that you believed were possible that other people around you didn't believe were possible at the beginning of your journey?
Yeah, I love that term, audacious beliefs. But to answer your question, well, let me back up. So I actually come from a non-traditional background into venture capital. I actually started off my education in public health. So I have my master's in public health, and my early idea of a career was going to be working in international development and global health all over the world for the rest of my life. Fast forward, I realized, to make a long story short, that technology could really help support health and the delivery of health and the prevention of disease. So I started my tech career kind of through digital health. But one of the things that we work a lot with in public health is something called the social determinants of health. And these are the factors that impact our health, where you live, work, and play. It does include access to services, but that's actually a very small part of it. A lot of it has to do with where you live, your financial health, your family's financial health, access to education, environmental conditions, belief systems, et cetera. It's all these things. That actually accounts for 80% of your total health.
Wow.
And so when you look at a country like the United States, we have a lot of inequality when it comes to social determinants of health. We have a lot of people living in places where, just because of their zip code and what happens in those zip codes, that their risk for being less healthy than the most resourced person in the US is significantly different on the worser side, the worst side, you could say. And so one of the things that I was looking at when I started my venture career was looking at digital health companies that were building for the social determinants of health. And when you're building for social determinants of health, from what I just said, you're probably most likely building for people who have less money, who are less educated. Maybe they even fall into the immigrant category. And so their social network is a little bit less robust than someone that's lived here their whole life. And so we were looking, or I was looking, for companies that were building around this, because this was a big gap in resource, or I should say services in our healthcare system. So everyone was building for point of service. No one was really talking about, how do we attack that 80% that accounts for so much of total health? We should be thinking about that. And a lot of the response that we got from traditional venture capital was, there's no business model in that, poor people can't pay.
Wow.
And so, our response was, that's a very limited view of business models in healthcare. It's a very limited view of business models
Specifically
in
healthcare. Let's be real.
society. Yeah. And we understand that companies have to make money, especially if they're venture backed, but you're not charging people who, the end user, in this case, people who have less resources to pay. You're charging institutions that are responsible for them by law. And so by law, or some other policy. In kind of turning the business models on its head like that, we actually were able to find companies who were doing really well in building for social determinants of health, because they were thinking outside the box when it came to business models to provide the same services that a public health, let's say a public health office would do, or the government would do. But at the end of the day, a lot of those services should be privatized, and they should be delivered by private services, because at least governments, at least ours, they don't do very well in providing services to the masses at quality and at scale. So that was one example, early example that I saw in my career, and I could go on about lots, but maybe
I think this is such a, one of the tracks we're focusing on over Summit's health, right? And obviously Love Out Loud has a specific passion for health. And I know some of the people watching this summit are also going to be entrepreneurs that work in the health space. And I think that these questions that you've begun asking, through this exploration are so important. And I'd love you to share anything that's been illuminated for you around how to build models that put the person in the center, that consider these things that are really important when it comes to healthcare, and have seen successful examples, I'm assuming, of businesses that have been able to find success on all accounts, and also considering the things that are important to consider. Do you have any examples that we can reference?
Yeah, definitely. So, I can continue off my last example. So one of the companies, so that particular company that we invested in way back when with another fund that I was working with. They ended up targeting government health services. That was their business. So their entire business was connecting per diem employees or non-benefited employees, so those that don't get health insurance with their job and other benefits, to government health services, which is in our country, Medicare and Medicaid. And what they did was they sold to a really large retail employer, the biggest in the country, who shall remain nameless, but they're the biggest in the country, I guess. This particular retailer decided that they were going to limit the amount of hours that their employees worked in their stores to 30, from 40 to 30 hours. And the reason why this is significant is because in the US, if you hire anyone for 40 hours or more, you are required by law to pay them benefits. And this particular company did not want to do that because it was an extra cost, obviously, a big cost. And so they limited how many hours employees in their stores could work. Kind of a crappy thing to do. We wish this retailer would just pay the benefits because that's the right thing to do. However, because they wouldn't, this particular company that we invested in, they charge, essentially put together this package and charged this retailer to automatically connect those employees to government benefits, because one of the biggest things that keep people from accessing services is navigating the healthcare system. So how do you sign up for Medicare and Medicaid? How do you navigate through the system? How do you choose your doctor? How do you understand the services that are available to you outside of healthcare? Because there are services like access to food, access to energy compensation. So for your, like, where you live, you can get compensated for your energy bill, et cetera, et cetera. So these are all collated in one package with them. And so this retailer was willing to pay them a subscription fee that was significantly less than paying out benefits to all their employees. And so that was a business model that this company was able to leverage. And it did well. It did really well. They're still around. I think there are even a few competitors that have tried to come out to do similar things. But that's one way of starting with trying to affect an outcome that should be changed or that should happen, and then working backwards to understand how do you build a commercialized business out of something that is traditionally thought to be, or that was traditionally thought that should be a government or free service that hasn't worked well before, and how do you commercialize that into a successful business model? And there are ways to do that. I think it's just, we need to be thinking more creatively.
Yes, obviously, like, such a personal passion for this, such a personal passion. And for companies that maybe are starting to become aware that they need to think in a more creative, innovative way, and especially consider more diversity in their teams, in the people they're serving as well, do you have any sort of key questions that leaders can start asking themselves as a starting point to open their scope of thinking in the right direction?
Yeah. So really the best time to build in diversity and inclusivity, and there's a new word that we're using now, which I think describes describes a part of D&I that we've been missing, and that's belonging. That the best way to build those three things into your company is really at the beginning. The very, very beginning, when it's just a handful of people, you have no MVP, or you have a very limited MVP, you build that into the core of your business and the core of your business model. So the core of your business culture and the core of your business model. That is the easiest time to build that in. It is much harder to get to the size of like an Uber or a Google and an Apple and try to then go back and redo that throughout the organization. It's really difficult to do it at that point. But if you build it in the beginning, it actually does have significant positive effects, not only in the talent that you can attract, the type of products and services that you're building, but also in your returns. There's at this point, a kind of oldish report that Deloitte did. It was new when I started my career, but I've been in this business a bit So, but they were able to do a study where they found that diverse teams and diverse amongst a number of different intersections, race, religion, sex, et cetera, immigration status, like a bunch of different ones. But the more diverse your team was, the more successful their ROI was in terms of revenue return by 33%. So they were 33% more profitable than non-diverse teams. So when
33% more just let that land. Just let that land. That's a powerful statistic.
33%. So if you're not building diverse teams, you're making about 70%, only 70% of what you could be making.
I think that's such a, like, just that statistic alone, you know, if you didn't have a humanitarian driver driving the desire to represent more diversity in your teams, what a powerful incentive for companies to start, you know, be more present to it. And one of the questions I wanted to ask you in this is, you know, obviously technology in particular, such a small percent, I think 2% of the funding is currently going to females in tech, and then women of colors so substantially less. I don't know the number, maybe you do.
It's you're about it's right. That's right. So last year in 2021, 2.1% of total venture funding went to women. And that's down from previous years, just the 3 previous years before that. When it comes to Black founders in particular in the United States, about 1% of capital went to Black founders, men and women.
Total. Yeah, wow.
Total.
It's a statistic. And like, can we talk about from a conceptual point of view, the power, because you've had so much experience of this in your own teams, of what diversity of perspective brings specifically to problem solving? Because a lot of these companies, they're focused on big problems, you know, problems that they want to know how to solve the best, the fastest way. What is diversity going to bring, you know, the team that might not be available to them if there's a representation of the same kind of avatar through their team?
Yeah. So interestingly enough, what that Deloitte study found, which by the way, many other people have found in their own independent studies since then. I'll just put out like Capor Capital in Oakland and the Level Playing Field Institute and the Capor Center for Social Impact do a lot of research on this, and it's all published on their website. But and they're one of several that do this, but they have a lot. So what? Going back to that Deloitte study, what they found, they were trying to understand why these diverse teams were so much more profitable than non-diverse teams. And it's really simple. It's because a diversity of lived experience, so not just professional and educational experience, but diversity of lived experience actually helps team ask questions about gaps and holes in their business model or their product development or their roadmap or their strategy. It's almost like having a wider view of the problem of the market in order to build better products and services. So you can think about if you have a team of 10 who all grew up the same way, all had access to the same resources, all lived in the same area, then their scope is limited to that. And so what diversity does is that it expands the lens so that you have access to a diverse amount of, I should say, a greater amount of knowledge, shared knowledge. So you can see the gaps in your strategy, or you can identify new innovation. So it's really about it. You can compare it to having multiple brains than one, which would a non-diverse, like a homogeneous team is essentially acting like one brain. But a diverse team has many. And so that's the general concept behind it. But when it comes to, if I flip the script to the other side of the term sheet from a venture perspective, if you're a VC or if you're an investor of any kind, retail, angel, VC, doesn't matter, private equity, it makes sense to look to the spaces that haven't been mined yet. So in Silicon Valley, where I sit, for example, we have overfunded the same type of entrepreneur over and over again. and wonder why we're not making returns on these funds. It's overmined. We need to be expanding the pools of entrepreneurs across a lot of different intersections. Again, not just race and sex and religion, but geography. Even in the United States, there are venture deserts that never see the light of day when it comes to funding or innovation, education. And so, I wonder, like, what kind of cool things are we missing out because we're not funding those founders? And it benefits us too. We all shop and access and engage in this ecosystem together. And so, if there's someone out there that has a particular solution for your problem, but they just don't have access to it because they're geographically isolated, or they're socially isolated, or they're living in a community of a lot of bias and a lot of ceilings, it's a detriment to us because we're not benefiting from the innovation that they could be putting out that could be useful for us.
Yeah, well, if you don't represent it in your teams, then your stakeholders and the marketplace are going to be the feedback, right? So it's so much better to do that teething internally first. I mean, it really is common sense, but I guess that poses another question. This unconscious bias, which all of us, no one's really immune to unconscious bias, and especially people that are sitting in positions of extreme privilege. A lot of them aren't conscious of the bias they hold. How can people start to become, first and foremost aware? That one of the things that I talk to teams about when I consult is the discomfort of being around different belief systems and how important it is to get comfortable, and have a level of openness to actually learn to hear people that have different beliefs to us. And once we can do that, then, hopefully it creates a pathway to challenge some of the unconscious bias that we're all existing within. But what could you say to a leader that maybe doesn't even know that?
Yeah, there's obviously a higher complexity hierarchy when it comes to the things that we can all do. Easiest thing that anyone can do, anybody, doesn't matter who you are, is just ask and listen. I think we don't do enough asking and listening compared to talking and projecting. And so the first step for me always is just ask questions, stop, listen, ask another question, stop, listen. It's a very easy first step. Beyond that, I think it's a good exercise for everyone to self-reflect on the privilege that they do have. And we all have some sort of privilege, even though it might be different than maybe our neighbors or our coworkers or somebody else. But we all have some sort of privilege that we can use to help somebody else. And it could be somebody that needs the help because they're suffering from bias, or it could be to help somebody else understand bias. So I would say self-reflecting on what kind of power we have, and power could be in position, it could be in knowledge, it could be in lived experience. For me, I'm biracial, so I feel like one of my powers is to be able to be a chameleon in different cultures because it's how I grew up. I literally grew up in like 3 different cultures. And so I have a unique ability to hop from each one of those things seamlessly and to be able to blend in because I am of all those 3 cultures. And so I can do something with that. I can do something about connecting one to another, translating something from one to another. It could be a translating of belief systems. It could be translation of ideas. It could be whatever that is. But that's my particular skill set just based on who I am. It could be different for somebody else. For somebody else, it could be they're an SVP somewhere and they have access to a ton of resources, or they have a platform where people will stop and listen. And so there's always something we could do. But it takes a little bit of self-reflection around, okay, what do I have to give? And then how can I leverage that?
Great point of reflection. It's very simple, right? Start with maybe where haven't you experienced if you're an entrepreneur, for instance, where haven't you experienced a lot of friction? And who else maybe who's starting their entrepreneurial journey is experiencing a lot of friction in that way, and ask the question, what's the privilege that I have that I'm not even conscious I have, that's creating an easefulness about this experience for me?
That's absolutely right. Yeah.
Yeah. I love that. I mean, there's so much we could dive into in that, but one of the things the team in particular have asked me to speak to you about is your work in AI. So one of our premises we get asked a lot, how do we plan to integrate AI into the tech we're developing, right? And one of our values as a company is sovereignty, and so AI poses a very unique it poses a very unique conversation when you have the word sovereignty next to the conversation of AI. And one thing that we're personally passionate about is ensuring that the human spirit, the lines between the human spirit and AI and technology are drawn correctly and understood by people. And yeah, like, what do you see in the work that you're doing with companies, AI companies in particular?
Yeah, so the basis of AI is that it learns from its creator, or it learns from the environment it's put in, right? So if that environment is in itself biased, it will just amplify it. And we've started to see that a lot. Anyone has like an Amazon Alexa or Siri or anything, if you've tried to listen to anyone who's has an accent that's not American, use Amazon or Siri, they have significantly more problems being successful with commands than a native North American English speaker, I'll even say. So even something as simple as that's in, lots of homes throughout North America. There's some bias built in there. There's also, if anyone keeps up with any of the tech media outlets or blogs like TechCrunch or other ones, you've seen time and time again this issue of bias in AI come up over and over and over again. And it is an issue. We can't put technology out there that is going to amplify the negative things about our society if it's going to be dangerous to somebody. And, after the events of 2020, I don't think there's anyone that would say that we don't have a lot of work to do. But that's something that needs to be in the back of our minds consistently when we're building technology, is how are we de-biasing our tech as much as we can? And we have to continue to ask those questions. Even when those questions are beyond the point of our own team, we need to then go outside and seek feedback and help from more people that are outside the scope of even our own teams. And I don't think we do enough of that because it's work. It takes time, cost. It delays product launches, and I understand that companies need to make money and they need to make payroll and et cetera. But I think that if we leave bias, especially bias in AI, in that technical debt box too long, we're going to spend even more money trying to fix it, trying to undo it. And who knows what could happen in the meantime there, what damage it could do in the meantime. So I think it's a really, really important issue to tackle, because every year the amount of AI that's in our tech that we use at home, at work, everywhere, it grows exponentially. I mean, it really is our future. So we have to take it really seriously.
And one thing that's crazy to me, Marquesa, in the conversation around AI being a superior intelligence, or en route to become a superior intelligence to human consciousness, is it's like we've completely forgotten that within the human spirit, as a sentient being, we have an ability to be spontaneous. And I think that that's really important, even in the conversation around creativity, that you're looking at an artificially driven intelligence which is using prediction, using programming that it has captured from the past to predict the future. And, although the accuracy can be up to, say, 99.9%, is that other 0.1% not the most significant form of intelligence that at least we have access to, in our life, that can be miraculous, that can be spontaneous? And like, what is the risk of dismissing that as some of the most significant intelligence that we can experience in this life? I just think that's not represented at all in the conversation of AI.
No, it's not. And that 1%, if it is 1%, I think it actually might even be more. It's quite significant when it happens. Could AI have predicted COVID-19 and everything else that would have happened? AI predicted what one of my colleagues likes to call the summer of reparations, which was the summer of George Floyd and all those other incidents. I'm not sure. I don't think it could have. And that has had significant repercussions on how we live even today. So it's not perfect. It's certainly, I don't think it's something that we should rely on 100%. It should really be a supportive, supplementary tool to what we do as a dynamic, cohesive community already. But it can't replace it. I don't think it ever will. I don't think it should. I think it has to be a supplementary, supportive service to the dynamicism and the communication that we do as a community already. Because if it replaces it, that's when we start to have problems. And that's when people start to get hurt, unfortunately. So we really can't discredit it. And we certainly need to be putting more resources to it as builders.
Totally. And I think the risk here, right, isn't that we necessarily will even kind of completely knowingly walk into a world where we've become totally outsourced in terms of our thinking to AI and to prediction and technology. I sort of see it as this potential slow outsourcing based on convenience. It becomes convenient to not have to do the thinking because machine learning is doing the thinking for us. And I've been recently in the last few months doing this thing really basic in my own life, but it's quite amazing the difference it's made. Rather than putting the same address in my Google Maps 10 times, just really being present when I drive there the first time and remembering how to get to the location, memorizing numbers again, and the level of, because what triggered this for me, and again,
what happened when your phone dies?
Yeah, what happens when your phone dies? And also it was getting to the point that, and this happened, I wasn't conscious that this was happening. This was just daily usage over years and years and years.
Yeah.
I went to check the time like 3 times because I forgot. As soon as I opened my phone, I'd get distracted by all the other notifications from my phone down. Remember that I even went to check the time. And that was kind of like my awakening to be like, you know what, I can't be outsourcing this level of thinking. I've got to go back to the days that I could remember, all my loved ones' phone numbers. And there's a real risk, I think, when you look at that on a collective level, when tech's being marketed to us as convenient, we might not even know, the impact that that's having in its us slowly losing our sovereignty and sovereignty of thinking.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And what I was going to say too, just to tie it back to an earlier topic, is one of the easiest things that we can do to make sure that AI is least biased as possible, if you can do that, is just by making the builders diverse. You just make sure that the community that's building is diverse, because AI will reflect, it'll amplify its builders. So it's a really easy way. We need to make sure that our teams are diverse. And there's some pre-work to that. We need to make sure that the talent that we're trying to hire, that diverse talent, has the opportunity to receive the education, the skill sets, and the access to get into those roles, or to be innovators. But jumping forward to what you were saying about being too dependent on technology and the convenience of it all. This also needs to be a really real discussion around realities and the construction of alternate realities that is really taking over right now and will continue to grow. That's an entire different tech system. We have yet to contemplate the dangers, I would say the benefits, but also the dangers of it. I have a 5-year-old and a 1-year-old niece whose mother is adamant about limiting screen time because of what it does to developing eyes and developing bodies and brains. And now we're talking about essentially living a majority of our day in an augmented reality, which can be supportive, obviously, right? But it could also go really haywire. So we're already struggling with like childhood obesity, kids sitting in front of the TV, playing video games, not getting outside. And augmented reality isn't going to help that problem if we don't build in kind of like control systems, or really just educate. Like I said, I don't think that tech is a bad thing. I just think that tech amplifies the intentional use. So if the use is good, it'll amplify that. If the use is bad, it'll amplify that. And so we just have to, as the wielders of this technology, we need to make sure that we're building in some sort of, like ethical compass as we're using and certainly as we're building. And I think education is probably the best way to do that, best and the easiest way to do that.
Yes, 100%. Okay, and then finally, maybe to investors that are watching this, what's a series of questions they can be asking when thinking about wealth distribution into more diverse cross sections?
Yeah, I think the constant internal self-check around bias is essential, to be asking ourselves, are we being objective and are we casting a wide net when it comes to who has access to us and who has access to our time, and then obviously access to our capital? Are we being intentional about consistently looking outside the box, consistently asking, where could we be looking further? Where else could we be looking? How else could we be refining the way that we build our deal flow pipelines? And people will be, if you ask, they'll sit there and tell you for hours and hours and hours how, but also participating. I think for a lot of VCs, especially the later stage they are and the bigger their funds, don't get out as much. And the culture has been, well, they'll come to me, I don't need to go anywhere. And that hasn't done us any good at all.
Don't sit in your ivory tower, basically. Don't lose connection to the people you're serving.
No. And if I'll leave you guys with this because I know we're running out of time. There are two people that both got the cover of Fortune 500 that were posed to be the next Steve Jobs. One was Elizabeth Holmes, and the other was the FTX founder. Elizabeth Holmes was the founder of Theranos. They both made the cover after raising incredible amounts of funding, and both made the cover of Fortune 500 as the next big thing in tech and innovation. And here we are. So it's just
I say no more.
That's it. That's all I'm going to say. And here we are. So do VCs make mistakes? Absolutely. All the time, every day. And so, and those two particular founders, if you look at them closely, were very, very similar to each other. Very similar to each other in all aspects, in how they pitched, their messaging, who they are, fundamentally, their profile. It's very similar. Coincidentally, I think they're both from the Bay Area too. South Bay.
Kind of not that surprising.
Not surprising, but that's still a little coincidental even for me. Yeah. But my point is that diversity is key, not just for the good of our society, for our funds, for our returns, for our pocketbook. Or, we really are, we're losing money, and we're not making the returns that we expect because we keep funding the same type of entrepreneur. And there's only so many times you can overfund one small group of people in the world. So we're missing out on everything else, on all the other markets that we could be making a return on, simply because they haven't been given a chance. That is what
the impact of this on the future of our world. When we do have, the reality is, landscapes that are growing exponentially because of technology, because of access. Like, just taking a moment, what you're saying is so valuable, Marquesa, and for someone listening that this hits home and you are in a position of influence to make change in these ways, I think now we can understand, say with environment and climate, that the decisions we make or don't make today is a borrowing of the world for generations to come. And I think that type of thinking needs to extend into all of these conversations, right? The decisions you make, if you're in a position of power and influence, of who you fund or don't fund, is just in such a radical way creating the landscape of what our world looks like for future generations. And the
it really is. Yeah, no, I mean, venture capital is the gateway to the market. And what we see in our market in terms of products and services is a direct result of who we fund. And so we really we have a responsibility in that sense. And it's a lot of pressure. It's a responsibility we have to take seriously. And therefore it's a responsibility that we need to be giving attention and resources to every single day. Can't get lazy on that one at all.
Yeah. Right. And maybe I think too, like, one of the things that I admire so much about F5's ethos, as an example, is that there's a care there for the journey of the founder, and not just looking at, okay, we're going to whip the racehorse all the way through to, a 10x profit and beyond, but actually, like, what is the journey of the founder? And I think a really important thing to consider in this is, if you're looking at underrepresented groups wanting to fund them for the first time, there hasn't been a lot of representation. There probably hasn't been a huge amount of support. And so it might not feel immediately convenient to actually stand by those founders or the teams you're funding and support them through what might be limitations of belief, limitations of environment, circumstance, but and are you really willing? How can you become willing to go on that journey and start to open yourself up, your heart, your spirit, to see the whole human in that? I think is a really important message too.
Absolutely. Yeah. And I would say, a really good, an easy way, I should say, to attack that problem of perception of funding a new type, a new, put in quotations because it's new to the industry, type of founder in venture capital, is to use the privilege that we have already to open eyes and ears to the rest of our industry. I think you have a talk tomorrow on leveraging privilege for good, but it's the same concept, right? We need to be using our privilege to access, privilege to money, privilege of just being who we are, a white male, a person of power, to be opening up the conversations that other people aren't going to have, for those reasons. They're tough, they're new, they're misunderstood,
sensitive,
maybe charged, yep, but they still need to happen.
Yes, and to be brave and courageous. Like, to me, that is the boldest form of leadership that anyone could be demonstrating right now in our world, is the preparedness to be in that discomfort and not shy away from it, not shy away from what that can bring up, in you and others around you. It seems, in a way, I think, counterintuitive, because it doesn't feel like it's creating unity in the moment when you're creating, when beliefs and things are getting polarized around you because you're taking a stand for a sensitive conversation. But it really is the path to unity, to be willing to step into that space.
Absolutely. And I mean, I'll go back to what I was saying before. It's also good for business, because being stagnant is not what built Silicon Valley. It is not what built tech. It's not what even built our global ecosystem. It was being uncomfortable. Every major innovation that we have now was because someone went out on a limb and was very uncomfortable for a very long time, but it paid off. So there's not one major success story I know of where the founders or their teams were just chilling the whole time. Like it's not like there is no story, success story that doesn't have some horror stories in it. It you know, and I don't want to like paint a bad light or like give any stress to it.
It's the hero's journey.
My point is, it's challenging. It's challenging, and so not just in figuring out problems, but having tough conversations. And tough conversations, at least for me, is not about what tech should we use, what protocol should we go with. Right. It's the cultural and political ones. It's the ones that strike at our emotions and our hearts. Those are the toughest conversations that are really hard for a lot of people to bring up. You know, choosing to build on C++ or Ruby Rails, that's not a hard conversation for most people to have. Having a conversation around, is your AI bringing up a picture of a gorilla when it types in black? Something that really happened.
Wow.
That's a tough conversation.
Yeah. Okay, so last, and I know I've gone over time, but I just think this is such a needed conversation today with in amongst everything else that we're going to be talking about. These conversations that are really, really tough. The first step, whether it be willingness or humility, you know, what do you see as the first step for a leader to engage?
Humility. Always. I think when we always need to be keeping a high level of humility. I think when that starts to falter, we start making mistakes, and we start hurting everything, each other, business, relationships. I think there's always a degree of humility that we need to maintain. The way I do that is I remember where I came from before I was here, which was incredibly tough. And I remind myself it could all go away tomorrow. I've seen happen too. So maintaining a level of humility, I think, is essential for all of us, because what it does is that it keeps us open to conversations instead of closed into our own heads. And by maintaining that openness is really the only way we're just going to see new perspectives, new problems. And the beauty of it is once you have that aha moment, there is no feeling like having that aha moment of having your perspective changed to something better, or to have your mind changed, to be enlightened to something new, or a better way of doing something, or a better way of thinking about something. It's almost like you've been given a gift. It's actually a really exciting place to be. It's almost like, you know, you were gifted this like knowledge bomb in your head that you have power to do with. It's really a gaining of power. If knowledge is power, then the sharing of ideas is the goal behind it. So I would say humility, just because it opens up so many doors. The waterfall effects are endless.
And on the flip side of that, you know, your failures, if you're listening and you're reflecting on your rock bottoms, like see that in a way as also a gateway, I think, to have that humility. You know,
that's absolutely right. Yeah, no, that's absolutely right. And that's actually, in reflecting on that, it reminds me that you know, it could all go away tomorrow. And you know, Theranos and FTX all went away in their tomorrow. So and like that. So I think it's essential for everyone, but especially if you are a leader, if you're a business leader, if you have responsibility over other people, especially, even otherwise assets, but especially if you have power over people, if you're leading a team, if your business if a group of people are dependent on whatever your business is making, you have a responsibility to make sure you're keeping a high degree of humility. Because in not doing so, those repercussions could, those could fall negatively on those that are depending on you. So, yeah, I would say we all really need to remind ourselves of that.
So important. Marquesa, thank you so much. Before we let you go, is there any way that our community can support Purium or any other initiatives that you maybe want to give a shout out to?
Yeah, absolutely. So I'll just shout out my main three. First one is Purium. I think Nicole's already shared, but Purium is addressing generational wealth gaps by helping regular people, retail investors, be business owners by being their own VC, buying at whatever price point works for them, equity in companies. You can go on our website, purium.co, and it's pyrium.co. We have a mailing list you can join our platform, which is launching very soon. There is the F5 Collective, which I'm sure Nicole has mentioned as well. Our website will be live there too, but you can reach out to us at Purium if you have questions about that in the meantime. And then if anyone interested in blockchain, cryptocurrencies, DLT, DAOs, the Silicon Valley Blockchain Society, I'm a founding partner in, and you can go to our website, svbs.one, to learn more information there too. We hold a global salon virtually every month. This month was yesterday.
Open forum, anyone can join?
Anyone can join. You just have to register. And we have some pretty significant hitters in the space from all over the world speaking there. It's the place where you're going to get insights into what people are building and what investors are thinking about that you won't find published anywhere. It won't be in any report. This is really just coming from their own work and their own experiences. And because of that, we don't allow any recording because they really get deep into it, proprietary stuff.
Get there live, basically. Awesome.
Yeah.
We'll post those links in the streams and in our groups as well. So that's awesome. Thank you so much for everything that you shared. Super
Thank you
valuable.
guys for having me. Thanks for having me. Looking forward to connecting with anyone that's interested. And looking forward to continuing to pop into the sessions.
Yeah, that's it. It's going to continue on, and so details to come. But absolutely, and we're letting all tribe know as well. Reach out to you and to let you know, something they've taken away and an action they're going to implement in their teams moving forward. So make sure you do that.
Perfect.
Thanks, Marquesa.
Thank you all for having me. Thanks, Nicole. Thank you.
Much love. Bye. So we know that session went a little bit over time, and the reason I did that is I just as we moved into the conversation, the need for these conversations, the need for this awareness, the need for this recording, today, this stream today, to be a resource for people to share and promote the very real realities of how marginalized certain points of representation and people are in the conversations of AI, of technology, of entrepreneurship. All of us, especially those of us in positions of privilege, need to be a stand for this. So please, again, share this stream with anyone in your networks that this might be a new conversation to, or a conversation that they need to hear again and again and again until they really start to take action and be a part of the change, basically. So again, thank you, Marquesa, for sharing with us. Your work is incredible. And I'm very excited now to be introducing Eliza Kate, who is going to do a performance with us. But Eliza is not just your average musician. She knows so much about the voice. And this was actually where I first connected with Eliza, was her giving a talk session in one of the events that Love Out Loud ran a couple of years ago, and just hearing Eliza's passion for, she would say singing, but really what I see it as is like activating our voice, feeling confident and powerful in our voice. I just thought, what an awesome message to include in Summit when we're talking about having these really difficult conversations. How do we find the courage? How do we find our voice in amongst the saturation of it all? So yeah, without further ado, welcome. Eliza, thank you so much for your patience. Welcome to the Global Unity Summit live stream. I was just giving you an epic wrap and letting everyone know that this is so much more than a performance. And I would love you, as you say hi to the tribe, to give a bit of a spiel in the way only you can about using our voices. Because we've just had 2 epic conversations. The last one was about diversity and how difficult it can be to have conversations that are edgy, that are sensitive, that are political. You know, I think your message is actually so relevant in that conversation, finding your voice, finding your confidence, finding your personal power to be able to lead in the edges and spaces that others are too afraid to lead. So let's start there.
Yes. Well, thank you for having me. It's so great. I loved watching the last live. Epic conversation. So good. So yeah, just, you know, I work in SingFest, which is a singing company that's coaching adults to sing and to reclaim their voice is our message, because we've made it something that it's not. And it should be an absolute joy. And I feel like everybody gets so much more out of it than learning to sing. Like, you'd think that they all just keep coming because they're learning to sing, but that is not why we stay together as a community. It's everything in between. It's the journey of learning. It's the humility of facing your own auditory face. So, you know, you take away, as soon as I take away my camera, this is it now. This is my voice, and this is all I've got to communicate with. And that's all that we've got to communicate with our voices, with our face. So it's just so important for us to connect back into our voice and have fun. Scary, but actually learn to enjoy it again and not be so judgmental, and just learn how to love ourselves and accept ourselves. Yeah.
What have you found around the biggest judgment? Because I really think that this would extend into conversation, not just singing. The biggest judgments we have around using our voices.
Yeah. That we sound bad, that we can't do it. Can't is the first. Can't do it. Can't be done. I'm not teachable. I'm not learnable. I'm not flexible. I'm not adaptable. I'm not capable. I can't do it is the main one. The second one is, when I do it, I don't like it. I don't like how I sound. I don't like how I come across. I don't like the sound of my voice. I don't like the sound of me. And there's just so much judgment. Is so heavy, and it's so sad. It breaks my heart. Like, it really breaks my heart. That is absolutely just devastating for everybody. We just need to change that. And yeah, so can't do it, don't like how we are, don't like how we sound. Yeah, a lot of beliefs. I think that's the main reason why people sing and want to continue to sing with us, is just because it's just constantly challenges the way that we think we are and who we are. And it's really rewarding when you learn and you start to do small things a little bit better and a little bit better. You understand it's a journey. You rule out this quick fix that the world sells. It's not a quick fix. You can't learn to sing in like 2 months, 3 months. It's a journey. And once you accept that, a whole world opens up, and a lack of judgment, like you stop judging yourself.
You mean we can't become Whitney Houston tomorrow? Is that what you're telling me?
Pretty much, not tomorrow.
We can believe we are. We can embody it.
Embody it and believe it.
Yeah.
And strip it all back, and question everything you know about it.
Totally. And so the last thing before you do your magic, I guess, like, your perspective on unity.
Yeah.
Generally, as a world, what can we all do, and what have you seen is core to the conversation of creating a more unified world?
we need to communicate. We need to carefully and lovingly learn to communicate and talk to each other. We need to be present with each other. We need to be with each other. That's through, online. So my company is online because I can't be with them every day. That's why it's online. It's not, I'd rather not see you every day, so let's do it online. It's, I wish I could see you every day. I wish we could sing at 8 a.m. every day together, but we can't because I live here and you live there. So let's do it online. So we use it as a way of connecting and of staying together, which, was a game changer and a lifesaver throughout COVID, where we sang together like 4 or 5 hours a day at multiple, like everyone just kept jumping on. So that was my solution to how can I be together all the time with my friends. Yeah.
Be with each other, basically. And now that you've brought it up, I want these guys to know, what you're creating with Singfest is so epic. Tell us a little bit about Singfest. So
Singfest is an online singing community, and we train live every day. So we are about the live aspect. We teach live every day and multiple times a day, and everybody, all these adults that just want to learn to sing or reclaim their voice. Some have been singing for a long time. They join, and we get like tradies, people drive to work and learn to sing. It doesn't matter where you work. It matters because everyone loves music. And if you're somebody that loves to sing, you're somebody that loves to sing. It doesn't matter, where you come from or what you do or anything else. If you love to sing, you love to sing. And we just want to be a place where people can come every day and learn that. So yeah, we teach multiple classes, like a gym, multiple classes each week of different things: breath work, sound resonance, psychology, anatomy studies, vocal runs, the whole thing. Lots and lots of interesting, fun topics. And we just do it in a really engaging way with each other.
How awesome. How can what's the website? How can people join?
It's singfest.co. So if you come to singfest.co, you can join up there and you can see all of the kind of classes that we do. And then once you're a member, you just click the class and click join us at the time, and then we'll be there on the other side.
Love it. Love it. Okay, team, put that in the live stream so everyone can check it out. And without further ado, let's watch you do your absolute magic. Have you selected specific songs for Summit that are related to Unity?
Yes, I may have done that. And these songs are my songs, and that's why they're specific, because first of all, I need to use my own voice. I have to practice what I preach and use my own voice and say my own words. And this is a little bit about my journey and definitely my outlook. So this one is called I'm Gonna Show You. And it was my experience to reclaiming my own voice and taking the stage and taking my place as a vocalist and accepting that is who I am and it is who I'm born to be. And I'm here to sing, and I'm here to write, and I'm here to lead, and I'm here to be led, and I'm here to be with others. And this song is exactly about, I want to give you my music. I want to give you everything I have, and I will be real with you. I just want to be received. That's it. I want to be received by you, and I want to have something to share with you, and instead of at you. And that's what this song is about. So I hope you like it. I'm gonna show you how it is. I'm gonna blow the roof off this place. Breathe me into your souls. down every alleyway. But to bring glory, bring glory on my knees and sing away my blues, that's me. I am looking and I'm thinking and I'm seeing and believing, and I have been finally freed. I have been watching and rolling and looking and scrolling for you. Whoa, bring me over, breathe me in. I'm laying it down, so here I am. I'll bring my light, I'll bring my mess. Just be the ones I share it with. Bring me over, be my light. We're not alone to take the night. Be my shelter, be my rock. Just be the ones who have it all. Oh, 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 ooh, yeah. Oh, 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 oh. I'm gonna show you how it is. I'm gonna blow the roof off this place. Breathe me in to your souls. And I'm looking and I'm thinking and I'm seeing and believing, and I have been finally freed. I have been watching and rolling and looking and scrolling for you. Whoa, bring me over, breathe me in. I'm laying it down, so here I am. I'll bring my light, I'll bring my mess. Just be the ones I share it with. Bring me over, be my light. We're not alone to take the night. Be my shelter, be my rock. Just be the ones who have it all. Oh, 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 ooh, yeah. Oh, 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 Thank you, thank you, thank you so much, you guys. That's called I'm Gonna Show You.
Wow, 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 wow. The team are loving you up, by the way.
Are you? Are you
Yeah.
all out there? Thank you.
Great.
I love
Yeah.
you guys too. Appreciate that. Yeah. So that one's just about my, my personal stepping into power, which I realized you don't step into power once, you just keep stepping back into power. Very different. But yeah, that was a beautiful moment for me. This next song. Yeah. This next song. It makes me happy. I'll tell you that. So it's called Backtrack. And actually in the last live, Nick was mentioning that she couldn't remember the time. She kept checking, trying to find out what the time was, but every time she picked up her phone, she lost her train of thought, got distracted, and kept forgetting the time, and had a bit of a moment about that. So this song is called Backtrack, and it's a bit relevant to that. It's about looking back at my life and my life before these times and these days when I was younger, growing up in the 90s and early 2000s. And just reminiscing and talking about that, and kind of calling out that in some areas we know better, we know better than what we're doing now. It's irrelevant of the AI that's coming. We know better. We know how to connect better, how to be there for each other more, because we lived without that extra aid or help or assistance before. And there was a real beauty in those times. So that's what this song's about. It just makes me happy. Thinking about it, so fun. Oh no, actually, not this song. The next one, this one. You Got Me Good. Yeah, this one's called New Set of Jordans. New Set of Jordans, New Set of Jordans. Here we go, this one. I'm feeling the pull between you and me. Electricity, it's our energy. Baby, you don't get old to me. You're as timeless as the sea. Feeling closer to you than my own body. The man in you blows my mind daily. I can't wrap my head around your flow. You can fly so low, you don't need me. Oh damn boy, you got me good. Just from the moment I saw you, you got me good. I had to show you that I would grow. I don't ever wanna let you down. You feel good like a new set of Jordans. You feel smooth like good cheese, strong like Louis Vuitton. Hold me classy like Tiffany. There's plenty not to get and then there's hard to get, baby. The only thing that I regret is if I couldn't see you clearly from the get-go. Ready, set, go, the Persian meets snow while it's in the flow. Intellect meets delicate, intricate meets eloquent. Visionary meets discipline. Damn, you fine like a red wine. Damn boy, you got me good. Just from the moment I saw you, you got me good. I had to show you that I would grow. I don't ever wanna let you down. You feel good like a new set of Jordans. You feel smooth like good cheese, strong like Louis Vuitton. Hold me classy like Tiffany. Whoa, you make me feel so dizzy. Whoa, you got that effect on me. Whoa, you make me feel so good. Whoa, you feel good like a new set of Jordans. You feel smooth like good cheese, strong like Louis Vuitton. Hold me classy like Tiffany, yeah. You move like a Rolls Royce, one of a kind, though deep inside you're a Camaro 71. Oh, class and a bit of a beast. Hey, so damn boy, you got me good. Just from the moment I saw you, you got me good. I had to show you that I would grow. Yeah, I don't ever wanna let you down. Oh, so that's one. And the crowd that I'm imagining on the other side. No, you know what's so funny is, in this, all I could think about was you guys. Like, I'm trying to focus on my song, but I'm like, I want the people. I want to be with you one day, all of you, one day.
Well, that's definitely going to happen. But, you're sharing what you shared at the beginning of that song. One of these beautiful pieces of wisdom that was imparted to me by a traditional owner who did an opening for one of our retreats in Ukai, was sharing the wisdom of her elders, and it was do your best until you know better, and then do better.
Yeah.
And that's what it translated as. Yeah. And that always, that really stayed with me, like how many times do we actually know better? It's in our awareness, we know what better looks like, but we don't choose it for whatever reason.
Yeah, we absolutely know better. Yeah, that introduction was for the next song actually, but Yeah, it's for this one. It'll make more sense now. But yeah, you're totally right. Knowing better, doing better, two different things. Help us, please. Create like a great in truth app or something that's gonna really help change those things.
We're doing our best. Yeah.
I can't wait, to be honest. I can't wait. Oh, so keen. All right, here we go. I need to breathe on this one. Singing is breath. Yeah, this one needs breath. Here we go. Enjoy. This is my last song, by the way, you guys, just to, pop a bit of love in here and entertain you guys. I'm so grateful for this, by the way. Backtrack to the good old days, buying records on CD, Walkman in my pocket, believe me, I read every word in the cover, yeah. Old posters on my wall, I didn't just love this song, I love the artists, y'all. I wanted to know them, beat them, meet them, see them, pass them on number backstage, writing songs to be noticed, I had to find my own way. Then dial-up came up, things started to change up. MySpace, I chose my favorite, shout out to those who didn't make it. I remember staying up late, playing the guitar, and in the names of every single star. Late night chocolates in the backyard, dreaming who I'd be and where I'll end up, how it felt to live carefree. Pause, wait a minute. Where am I? When am I? Now it's saturated, it's beautiful. I wanna love the people. Where's the connection? Like dial up, we are dropping out. The phone calls became a headache. Don't pop in my place unannounced. I'm exhausted for the life because it doesn't make sense now. Let's regulate, develop by every course on the planet. When we can't escape the monster we have built, it's just another song talking about it. There's good all around us, don't get me wrong, but this isn't the way now. Everybody knows this isn't the way now. Screens were a thing when we were growing up. We played Sega on the limit and watch videos for days, and now it's everywhere, 1,000 images per second, it's burning my brains out. The music keeps me grounded, you can't rush it, gotta feel it like a teleportation device. It is my only advice, we should be making music, we should be making music, you should be playing music, you should be playing music. Music keeps me grounded, you can't rush it, gotta feel it like a teleportation device. It is my only advice, we should be making music, we should be making music, you should be playing music, should be playing music. Kindness is the key, and love is all that is left. Stripped of our dignity, watching what is playing out west. I miss my size of the bag, pretty sure belong to Postman Pat. Where are my 90s royals at? We know better, let's change the way that we do things. Someone write me a letter, I wanna play Snake and knock out your high scores for at least a week, yeah. I'm not giving up, I'm just getting started. Music is what brings us together. It runs its own race, it has its own plans, it moves its own pace, and we can't comprehend that we're the device that it moves through. Moving notes, yeah, longer than we count to. Spinning words, yeah, faster than I'm used to. But music is at your service, you're there to service. When it's your way to preserve us, music serve and protect. You can heal us from the neglect. They challenge hardcore intellect. You keep ego in check. Let's let the lyrics have their effect. I feel safer in music than anywhere else on the planet. Oh, music, love of my life. I'm grateful to learn, to read, to write. And music keeps me grounded, you can't rush it, gotta feel it like a teleportation device. It is my only advice, we should be making music, we should be making music, we should be playing music, we should be playing music. Music keeps me grounded, you can't rush it, gotta feel it like a teleportation device. It is our only advice, you should be making music, you should be making music, we should be playing music, we should be playing music. We should be making music.
Boom. What an epic message to leave the people with. You should be making music, and not necessarily just music, right?
Yeah, all the music.
All the different types of music, whatever you want.
Different types of music. Make some noise. You know.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for having me, everyone. It's been so fun.
Yeah, I mean, stay on. We have Ananda from Unify up next. It's going to be amazing. But you know what? This was such a the tribe are just loving it. So you can check out the live stream yourself. But they're having a dance party apparently. So it's been well received. It's been well received.
I love that. I love you guys. Thank you so much.
We love you. We love you. We love you.
That was fun.
Yeah. Always with you. And check out Singfest, everybody.
Do it. Come sing with us, with me. It's so fun. You'll have a ball. No expectation. Remove all
judgment.
thoughts.
Boom. So, fam, let me introduce Ananda from Unify, the co-founder of Unify. Ram is leading new systems architecture who fuses spirituality and systems change through the lens of art and entrepreneurship. He's an incredible person, such a stand for unity. So we're so grateful to have Unify be partnering with us for this summit and previous summits, and Meditate for Love in the past as well. So he's the founder also and CEO currently of Creation, a Web3 platform designed to redefine social media with a model based on sacred reciprocity. What a cool term. And the co-founder of Unify, a conscious media platform which broke the Guinness Book of World Records for the largest online synchronized meditation with Deepak Chopra. And this was when Unify were running their 1 million-person meditation. That's when Love Out Loud ran their 100,000-person meditation, I think within 24 hours of each other. And that's how we came together and found each other. So it's a very special story. And it's a very special relationship that Love Out Loud has with Unify. They're driven by a vision for the future in which unity is a must for humanity's evolution. Ram creates businesses that honor nature and serve the good of the whole. What a powerful last speaker of day one, honestly. So without further ado, let's bring him in. We've got an exciting conversation centered around the theme of identity today. What's up? What's up? Welcome, brother. I just gave you your introduction, so you didn't have to sit through your own bio, because I always personally,
nice. Thank you. Very emotionally sensitive of you.
Yeah, but you know, I'm sure everyone can agree that you're such a perfect last speaker for day one of the Global Unity Summit, and knowing what I know in terms of what we're going to dive into, very, very cool and poignant way to close off the day. But I'd love you to just say hi and settle in and get comfortable and share maybe from a bird's eye lens, you know, what's present for you right now in the conversation of global unity.
Well, I'm here in beautiful Bali. I just landed here a few days ago, and so touched by the culture here, as always, whenever I come here, of the devotional, reverent spirit of the people here, and the amount of love and care for each other and support in community. Like, I just talked to some of the people doing the rice fields, and they told me about the whole process, about how everybody is working with the water, and everybody is aware of each other's fields, and they have a system of who gets water when, and everybody is in this cohesion of sharing the water and of uplifting each other. And they have machines that they share across the land to know exactly when the harvest is taking place. And even though everybody has their own homes and their own temples in their home, there's this collective awareness, there's this mutuality, there's this mutualism. And though people have to work and, you know, eat and survive, there's a culture and a tapestry of being aware of the different forces of nature. So there's offerings that are placed every single day. They place these beautiful offerings to the devas or to the forces of nature that uplift them. And there's an awareness that they're part of a greater whole. They're part of a greater world that includes more than just the human selves, but includes a pantheon of beings that upkeep existence. And I find that so beautiful, because it's a humility, and that humility and the reverence and the understanding that they're in a larger context than just their little human bubble gives them a context for unity. And if we're speaking about unity, we have to speak about culture. We have to speak about identity. We have to speak about who we are. We have to understand what unification really means, and that the word yoga actually means to unite and to unify. What are we unifying? What needs to be united? What's separated? What's disconnected? And so all of that is really present for me right now as I've been in so many parts of this journey, helping run Unify and creating global synchronized meditations around the world and bringing people together in Earth Day and Water Day and bringing indigenous nations and leaders from all over the world together in prayer. And I'm really witnessing that we're at such an important moment on our planet where we are facing existential threats and exponential technology, and the pressure that we're facing is also such a great opportunity. And if we can recognize the opportunity and recognize where the lever points of shift of that opportunity provide us, we may be able to have enough context to make it through. So I'm really present with all that right now.
And there's so much there. What really stood out to me around context is having a context that's just beyond, this three-dimensional human experience allows us to connect to a unified field. One of the ways I've articulated that in my own experience is feeling that I exist in witness to divinity, to God, allows me to see myself through the eyes of wholeness, relate to the version of me that is totally whole and perfect and divine, gives me a capacity to transcend, the limitations of self, which is such a unified experience for me when I'm in that contemplation. It allows me to be more integrous, more humble, more reverent. And I think it's very, very powerful. The theme of today is concepting the civilization of love. So these concepts, when articulated correctly, actually allow us to relate to these ideas in a more meaningful way. I think is such a brilliant way to start this conversation.
Yeah, thanks for sharing that. One of my teachers, his name is Jeffrey Armstrong. He, white man from Detroit, brought up in the hood, became a Hare Krishna devotee, stayed in the ashram for 5 years, left the ashram because he didn't want to participate in the organization, the political organization, but was touched very deeply by the Vedic culture, the yogic culture. Spent the rest of his life immersing himself in the Vedas, became a Sanskrit scholar, learned the Puranas, the Upanishads, the Gita, the entire library of the Vedas. He absorbed it. And he recently just wrote a copy of the Bhagavad Gita. It's a very hard thing to do. The most sophisticated text on the planet.
Yeah,
And
the
he took out,
oldest, basically the book of books. Yeah.
It's like an initiation. In order to become a rishi or a seer in India, you have to kind of write a copy of the Gita. And he took out all the anglicized words like soul and demigod and devil and sin and all of these words that didn't actually apply at all, that didn't allow us to understand the lexicon of what was being transmitted through the Gita because of the concepts that were so murky in English. And so he took out all of those English words and replaced them with Sanskrit, because Sanskrit hasn't changed in 5,000 years. Like English 200 years ago versus English now, you barely recognize it, right? 500 years ago, you got the Shakespearean language, but Sanskrit, there's no language drift. The same Sanskrit that was there 5,000 years ago is the same today, because there's 52 letters, 4,000 grammatical rules. It was a Devanagari, it was called, or the language of the gods. And it was a programming language. So Indians are such good programmers, right? They got the original language down. And it's so important to know that some of these concepts are almost completely ambiguous in English, like soul or consciousness. They don't actually have an etymological root that allows us to understand their nature. Whereas Atma and Paramatma and Shiva all come from the same root, which have a contextual relevancy and understanding, so that the whole spiritual map can reconnect in a tapestry back to itself to allow us to reconceptualize our relationship with life. And this is a really important moment that yoga has spread around the world. Hundreds of millions of people are practicing yoga, interested in the philosophy. But the Latin had its day for science. We use Latin to be able to understand science. Now we need to use Sanskrit to be able to understand our inner science, our inner world. So I really believe that there's a Vedic renaissance that is taking place on this planet with the proliferation of yoga. And the next stage of that is being able to import the concepts of Sanskrit that allow us to understand who we are in relationship to the whole. And studying with him, I've managed to learn a lot of that.
Well, yeah, so much in that. I'm such a stand for helping people realize that what we can't articulate becomes very difficult, you know, for us to fully experience, at least in its fullness, to be able to share and deconstruct and know where we are placed, you know, within these ideas, which are so important to us really understanding our full power, which has been a theme of today. How can we understand our full power if we can't articulate what it means to be able to step into the fullness of our potential as a human being through understanding how we actually are built as a system? You know, we couldn't master the manufacturing of cars if we didn't know if we didn't know the mechanics. and that's common sense for most people, but how many of us really know the inner mechanics of who we are? And I know one of the things you wanted to dive into was a conversation around identity. And I've got to say, like, that has consistently been revealed to me in my work with people as it relates to identity, that the absence of understanding these transitions, initiations, rites of passage that we are meant to go through, that we're designed to go through, and that there's actually a mechanical way of understanding this through our design, creates all of this resistance and creates an experience where people feel afraid to surrender and let go into what's coming, what's next.
A lot of it is about our cosmology, right? And the cosmology is the stories and the understandings of what our place is in the larger whole. Right? As Joseph Campbell said, you know, the story, the function of there's 4 functions of myth. You have the mythical function, the cosmological function, the sociological function, and the pedagogical function. And, you know, the mythical function in many ways is, you know, the beyond, that part of us which is not able to fully cognize or understand, but has to understand ourselves in the context of a myth or a grand story, right? In the Vedas, it was like the birthing of Brahma, the dawning of awareness, the first, you know, eyes that opened that then gave rise to creation itself, light dawned, the mythical function, which in the West, we just have a Big Bang, right? And it's like, when is the last time you threw a firecracker and had a Big Bang and then had a beautiful, you know, incredible planet with sophisticated beings? Never, right? You know, it's statistically more likely that you'd have a tornado hit a junkyard and produce a Boeing 747 than life would appear randomly on Earth, statistically, under any conditions, right?
Just
So
FYI, to know that. Yeah.
just FYI. So our mythical function has been broken. We've been told that we're bubbles and gases. You know, you arose from bubbles and gases. When you die, you go back to bubbles and gases. There was a Big Bang, and here you are in the end. And that's a really weak cosmology and mythology. And it came because, and it's important to understand this, in the West, the scientists, Aristotle, Galileo, they had to break away from the Catholic Church because the church at the time was so repressive, was so small-minded in their cosmology, was so repressive to science, that if science was proving things that were outside of the worldview of the Catholic Church, they were being, you know, the inquisitors were there. They're being completely suppressed. And so science had an obligation to break away from the fetters of religion to be able to discover itself and have its own playground and its own space in which to operate. And that is the context of modern science today. Modern science eschews the spiritual depth because of that trauma. That's a trauma. It's a major trauma. It's a major schism. India never had that trauma, right? In India, the study of the manifestation and the study of the source of the manifestation were never separate. Actually, it would be insanity to separate those two. The nature of awareness and the nature of how awareness creates mind, which then creates objects, is a science. That is science. It's only in the West that has been separated, right? If anybody with any degree of awareness sees that an image comes in the mind, you organize it in the mind, you project it outward, and it becomes matter. Those are one.
Can we just dive deeper into that? Because honestly, this really, if more people on the planet just knew that, you know, thoughts become things, that you are projecting through your thought constructs, your ideas, your beliefs, an image which is being projected out into the external world, and that is then creating this experience of reality. So few people know this, you know? And like, what is through your research, contemplation, inquiry, at what point did the West lose touch with that understanding?
The West never really had it.
Okay, well, there
Sorry
you
to
go.
say, it didn't, right?
I mean, but then you've got the stories of Christ, right? Like, so and Christ is
Christ wasn't the West. Christ was Arabic.
Yeah, okay, but the West has adopted, right, the religion of Christianity, and this understanding that miracles, when you rid yourself of sin and come into full alignment and full integrity, the capacity to perform miracles is present, which, you know, from my understanding, the way I've ingested a lot of those teachings, I understand it very similarly to how you're describing your Vedic understanding of this very concept. You know, but is it the way that the stories have been told? Is it the institution of the church? You know, just
it's always the institution, right? Here's the thing: in wisdom traditions, there's no single book. Never. There's no a book. There's no one book. There's no Bible. Or there's no Torah. There's no Quran. In wisdom traditions, there's libraries. There's pantheons. There's awakened masters who awaken to their own interiority through self-mastery. And through the awakening of their own interiority, they're able to create a sangha or a sampradaya or a congregation where they're able to bring that to their students, and their students then either awaken or they don't through the teachings. It's an enlightenment tradition. These traditions are entirely geared towards producing the awakening of consciousness in their students. Whether you talk about a Buddha or a Mahavir or even a Jesus, right? Jesus, if you look at Jesus's lost years, BBC recently did a documentary of where was he between 18 and 35, and it's very conclusive that he went to India. He was in Kashmir. There's full temples to him in Kashmir. He studied with yogis. He studied with masters, came back enlightened, fully awakened. You know, the Indian yogis recognized Jesus as another one of their brothers. He's another enlightened master that came and brought enlightened, awakened teachings to people. The Bible was written very, very long after him. Right? I mean, imagine me writing a book about you 100 years after with no internet. It'd be very, very, very different.
no, with
right?
internet, I'd still be very skeptical. Yeah.
Right. So it's important to understand this, right? It's important to understand this because the Western world at that time was still a very colonizing culture. You looked at this was embedded in the time of Rome, right? And religion was used still as a methodology of control for a lot of people. I mean, you look at the Council of Nicaea and what they stripped out of the Bible. They stripped out reincarnation. All of these things were in the teachings, but they needed to take these out because they gave humans a much larger cosmology to understand themselves. And you don't need priests. Jesus never said you need a priest. Jesus never said you need a building or a church. Jesus preached about love. He preached about the nature of compassion and the nature of tolerance. Jesus gave you teachings about awakening to your own inner innocence. He understood about the 7 kingdoms, the 7 chakras. He was giving you teachings to understand in his own way, in his own words, the nature of your own interiority, but very little technology of how to discover it. Because the technologies that he gave weren't passed down in a written form. He never wrote anything. Right? A lot of these Vedic yogis, they passed down very direct transmissions. Everything that's being written was passed down from their mouth. So it's very hard to get that. And so what we have in the West is a lot of belief systems. Right? What we have in the West is a culture that has for so many years colonized other cultures and taken bits and pieces of their culture back and called it their own. You kind of say it the way it is, right? Freud, Jung, Carl Jung went to India. There's many, many letters of him being in India saying, wow, the West is not ready for this understanding yet. They're not ready to understand the nature of the divine feminine. They're not ready to understand some of these deep concepts that are here in India. So I'm going to take what can be understood, repackage it, and repurpose it in the id and the terms that he used and bring it to the Western mind in a way that they're able to understand. But the problem with that is that you don't actually get a spectrum of these teachings. And this is the moment for it right now. This is the moment for the Vedic Renaissance. This is the moment where the yogis who have seen this moment coming from 5,000 years ago and have created all of this wisdom and knowledge that is able to empower us for this moment. Because in yoga, there's no religion. There's no belief constructs. You don't need to believe anything. Yoga is a technology designed to give you the tools, the practices, the concepts and understanding for you to awaken to your own interiority, for you to awaken to who you are. Because thousands of masters have done that work, have awakened and passed down those codexes. So we get caught up in all the images and the deities and all of this and all of that. It's not about any of that. It's a technology for everybody. And there's no coincidence that yoga has spread to every single corner of the planet right now. First to the body, because that is where the West is at right now. It's at a place of, wow, I want to refine my body. I want to breathe. I want to calm my mind. I want to feel still amongst the chaos of the world. Wow, incredible. What a great beginning. What a great place that yoga has been able to come out and give you asana, give you pranayama, give you a sense of stillness, and give you some concepts that are able to help you in your life live a more peaceful, more loving, more balanced life. That's the baseline. Now we get, as we're more balanced, as the awakening is happening, you can see in the last 20 years, there's been a mass awakening of consciousness. People popping like popcorn in every corner of the planet, realizing that the system that they've been given and the cosmology that they've been given is stale. Nobody just wants to, get up in the morning at 5, go work for a corporation, go back, eat some, microwave dinner, go to bed and contemplate the Big Bang. It's not interesting anymore. It's not fascinating. People want to discover, what is the nature of love? Where does beauty come from? Why am I so attracted to beauty? Why do I want to find and pursue love? Why do I want to live forever? Is there a part of me that lives forever? Why do I not want to die? Right? What is the actual meaning of my life? Who am I? What is the nature of this thing I call self? Am I my mind? Am I my body? Well, I put water in, put food in, and it comes out, and I'm not dying. I don't go to the bathroom and I'm saying, oh my God, I'm gone. I didn't lose a finger and all of a sudden I'm not there. So clearly I'm not my body. Any rational observation can see that I'm not my body. Every cell in your body regenerates every 7 years. Not a single cell in your body was there 8 years ago. So clearly you're not your body. So what are you? What continues? When I go to bed at night, I'm still there. I'm still having sight, sound, experience, sensation, but my body is completely asleep. So maybe I can have experiences beyond this body. That's interesting. So these are the unfolding questions that the human spirit is wired to ask. It is in our DNA to ask these questions. And luckily, we have a culture that has answered these questions for thousands of years, that his sole purpose, where, Macedonia, you have Alexander the Great, and England has its conquerors, and America has its leaders, India has its gurus. India is known for its yogis. India is known for its spiritual culture that is able to say, it's our turn now to bring you something of value for the moment that you're in, at a time where you're asking these deep existential questions. This is our gift. This is what we have cultivated for thousands of years to bring to the world. And that's the moment we're in right now.
This ever-present, thank you. This ever-present observer, that starts to illuminate the more you ask these sorts of questions, all the questions that I know every single person that's watching this stream now and later on is asking, has asked, will continue to ask, the who am I? As you step into an observation of self, you very quickly, you're right in saying that it doesn't take long before you realize, okay, well, I'm not what I thought I was. This ever-present place of peace that is non-judgmental, never ending, never changing. How can someone that still is yet to sort of know that exists within them start to take the first steps?
It's a great question. I mean, if you're watching this, you're in the first step.
Yeah.
Very unlike you be watching this right now if you hadn't already awakened to your curiosity. And so maybe I'll speak to you where you are right now, which is, how do you anchor that deeper? Because I can't imagine you're watching this and I'm not taking the first step. And if not, this is your first step.
Or it could be sharing it on with someone that needs to take their first step. You've taken your first step, but
Sure.
pass on the wisdom. Pass on the wisdom that's to all the viewers, by the way.
The first step is it's an inner question. The first step is really asking yourself that question: who am I? Like the spiritual journey does start with that question. And in India, they have a process called neti neti. Neti neti means not that, not that. And so you have to go and you say, okay, am I this chair? No, clearly not this chair. Okay, great, not that. Okay, I'm drinking this cup of water. I'm putting this water in my body. Am I that water? Okay, well, the water makes my body, but it clearly leaves my body every day and I'm still here. So I'm not that. Okay. Am I the food I'm eating? Well, I put my food in, it makes my body, but I also pass it out every day. So I can't be that. Right. So when you ask the question, who am I? The way to start is asking, what am I not? So if you know then that you're not the water, you're not the food, you're not the chair, you come to the conclusion that you're not the body, which may take a really deep process of deductive reasoning. If you can be aware of that, then it really brings you to the question, well, I'm not the body, am I the mind? Okay, now we get to Descartes, I think, therefore I am. Well, is that true? Can you exist beyond thought? Is there a realm beyond thought? That's where meditation begins. Meditation is a process of stilling your mind, stilling your body, coming to a place of equanimity and existing in the silence. As you exist there and you're able to live in that silence and become that observer you were speaking of and perceive, you will start to perceive the nature of mind. As you start to perceive the nature of mind and you start to perceive the nature of the imagery, you'll notice that you're an observer observing mind. Once you become aware of yourself as an observer observing mind, you'll know that there's a distinction between self and mind. Once you become aware of that, you'll be seeing, wait, I'm not the mind. That's fascinating. I'm not the body, I'm not the mind. Well then, really fascinating. What is the nature of self? All the texts will tell you about it, but you have to experience it. You have to experience what that observer is, what that self is, what that light is. And once you become really curious and knowing that, that's when you're really embarking on the spiritual journey. Because if you're not the body and you're not the mind, then you're starting to realize that you're creating all the conditions in your life. That's a more advanced stage. The more advanced stage is you realize the nature of mind. You realize it's your awareness operating mind. And now your awareness is operating mind. Everything in your physical world is your operation of your mind. So you have complete capacity to be able to alleviate all the suffering in your life by being able to change your mind and completely re-architect your life. That's where people are fascinated about spirituality, because it means you take complete control of your life. It means there's no more victimhood. It means you're responsible for your dream. How empowering and terrifying.
That's right. And terrifying side note, being radically responsible for everything is going to sort of hurt like a bitch first.
It hurts a while. It really does. A real bitch for a while.
Then, you realize, okay, I'm actually the only one that has the power to change it, and I can change it. But, what I was contemplating as you were sharing that was just this existence that we're in as a human being between the finite and the infinite, and this infinite potential inside of us, this limitless imagination, where you start to really be present to the fact that, wow, everything I experience is a result of the constructs that I live within, that at some point I've made a decision, I've made a decision to believe that, whether that's conscious or not, that is a limitless landscape. But then to add to the complexity of that experience, we're living inside this finite existence where we have an awareness that we are physically at some point going to take our last breath. And what I've noticed in supporting people through fears and facilitating shifts of identity, I've worked with a lot of people in transitional moments in their life. I've noticed that I think that fear and the tension that exists between those two things is always the fear of death.
Always.
And when we can really face that, overcome it, there's such a liberty that exists in that space where we can live completely present to everything. And I trained with a Kung Fu master for a little while, and the way he explained it through his frame was really amazing and life-changing, because he broke it down. Obviously in Kung Fu you master levels at a time. So first you master earth, which is your physical body. And when he was explaining this fear of death, he was explaining, when you are at a place of mastery on a physical level, the physical limb of Kung Fu, where you know that you can defend yourself against any threat that could potentially ever exist around you, And you know that, on a cellular level, you can live free of fear. And that was a very life-changing,
Totally.
idea, because I was like, wow, like we don't think about how on an unconscious level these threats that we might not even be conscious of that are in our environment are actually keeping us constrained in some way to being able to fully transcend the fear of death in all
It's interesting
moments.
you mentioned that because I had a similar experience with a man named Tom Brown. Have you heard of Tom Brown?
I don't think so.
So he's like probably known as the foremost wilderness survival trainer in the world.
Oh, cool.
Wrote a number of books. Grandfather, The Journey. I mean, he studied with an Apache Lipan native master named his grandfather, who was born in the 1800s and achieved enlightenment in his tradition, but from a more earthbound native First Nations lens, and ended up at 70 years old finding this 8-year-old boy in the forest, who's Tom Brown, and teaching him.
What? Oh, yeah, I have heard his story. Yes.
Yeah, from 8
Yeah.
years old, and the intensity at which he trained as this white kid from New Jersey in the Pine Barrens, and became a complete master of mastering nature, from being able to start a fire with nothing, being able to build shelters from nothing, to be able to track, to be able to live in the wilderness for days on end, to be able to completely be one with nature. And what he realized was that in the world, we're all afraid of nature. We enjoy going to the ocean, or we enjoy a beautiful vista of a scenery, but get us to spend a night in the jungle or forest, we're terrified.
Yeah.
We don't know what to do. We don't know how to start a fire. We wouldn't know how to survive. We don't know how to identify a plant. We don't know how to hunt. We don't know how to do anything.
Yeah.
And
Especially
fear
now.
of nature makes us want to dominate and conquer nature because of our fear, because that's what you
Yes,
do when you're afraid.
I couldn't agree more with this, and to play God in that. This is so
Right?
good.
It was an awakening moment for me because I was that. I had no idea how to survive in nature. I was a fish out of water when it came to nature. I'd done kung fu. I, could, start businesses. I could, make money. I could do that. But, could make a garden. That's about it. But that was a really challenging week for me to spend with him. I went to the Pine Barrens. He was 80 years old, and I did wilderness survival training with him. And I'm a vegetarian, but I learned how to make traps and skin animals and tan hides. And
How was that? Take us into that experience.
it was very intense.
Was there something like primal or primitive in you that instinctually took over, or the whole time did it feel foreign as a vegetarian?
I think for most part it felt quite foreign. I'm going to be pretty honest. I think there was a couple of points where it kind of instinctually it took over, when you're just building shelters in the woods. You just get into this mode of survival mode, which is I'm going to figure it out. And either you collapse in fear, or you find a deep inner place inside of you where you find that one pointed focus and you become that master.
Yeah.
But I realized how ignorant I was. Like Tom Brown could just look around and could be like, a lizard ran across the surface of that table 45 minutes ago, turned right, turned left, put his head up, then went back and then went down. And I just see a table. I don't see a damn thing. Right? Like, he could just look, and everything in nature was showing them a map of what every creature had done. And he could just track the environment just by a single glance. And I looked and I saw nothing, zero. I saw maybe a human footprint on the ground. Like, I can recognize that. That's a human foot. And I'm like, wow, we both have the same eyes, but we're seeing a completely different map of reality. But suffice to say that whatever it is that creates fear in human beings needs to be put aside. We need to find ways to be able to conquer and transmit that fear. So whether it's kung fu and becoming a master of our physical body, whether it's being able to go into nature and know that we can actually thrive, not just survive in nature, in our natural environment. These are all things that, as you were speaking to earlier, are rites of passage, that are really important, that we've mostly as a society forgotten.
Yeah, exactly right. And then the invitation to get comfortable, facing your own mortality. I think then when you talk about stepping out of identities into new identities, which is what really as a collective we're being called to do in such a substantial way right now together, which is beautiful. As you opened with, there's an opportunity in that. When we get comfortable with death, it becomes so much easier to live in the surrender and the let go. And you know, one of the things I found myself contemplating in the West is this obsession with the culture of individualism makes it then so difficult to relinquish identity, because we put so much onus, so much fuel and belief into identity being, you know, the only thing that makes us significant. And I do believe that although the spiritual path is about renouncing significance in many ways, on a primitive level, we do have a need for significance. So how can we place that need for significance into a much more unified understanding of the world?
Well, the Krishna consciousness lineage is actually called Achintya Beta Beta Tattva, which means inconceivably and simultaneously one yet distinct. Okay. I love it because it's exactly our experience, right? It's inconceivable how we can be one yet distinct. We can't, a concept can never get you there. That's what it means, inconceivable. Your conceptual awareness can never bring you to a conclusion. It's a living paradox, right? And simultaneously one and distinct. So they're not two separate things. So it's otherwise called distinctivism. So in the Vedas, you have two schools, Advaita Vedanta and Dvaita Vedanta. Advaita says there's no such thing, distinctivism, and your individuality is not real. Distinctivism says, no, your individuality is absolutely real. You're given a spark of the divine. You are a Jiva Atma. You are here as an individual to learn and to grow into your full divinity, to become, you know, a player in the grand cosmos along with the divine. So I think if we could incorporate that teaching a bit deeper into the West, we would see that our individualism is actually not a bad thing. But individualism as an ego shell, barrier to the rest of the world, not recognizing your interconnectedness, is just ego. Right? And it's a formulation development stage into a greater identity, which allows you to be an eternal individual, non-separate from the whole. And the merging of that paradox is a huge part of the awakening spiritual journey. And I think this medicine is not given enough. You know, a lot of people just give the Buddhist medicine, which just says, you're all one, it's all light, go back to the one, merge. People are like, I don't want to merge. I don't want to merge into some light bulb. I don't want to merge, right? Like, I want to be me. I want to experience it. Okay, who are you though? Are you your personality? Is personality and individuality the same thing? Now this is an important question. Okay? Because persona comes from the Latin word mask. Individual comes from the word indivisible, which is actually where the word atom means. Atome means individual. And the word atome comes from the Sanskrit atma, right? Which means your soul. So you are indivisible. So you're at once both indivisible and an individual. But your individuality is not your personality. Your individuality is the divine spark you've been given that's interconnected with the whole. And your personality is the mask you've created in this lifetime to live and exhibit your karma. So this is what I was speaking to earlier about the Vedas and the concepts that are being given and that have been handed down, so you can dispel the confusion. Because once you can start to see, oh, this is my karma, this is my atma, this is manas, this is the nature of mind, this is buddhi, this is how I discern between mind. Okay, this is how manas operates and how the mind operates. Here's the Annamaya, Pranamaya, Manomaya, Vijnana, and Anandamaya Kosha. These are the 5 sheets, and these are the ways that I express reality. This is the astral, physical, and causal plane. This is reality architecture. It is the language that gives you an understanding about how reality is architected, so you can understand your place within it, so you can understand your place in the cosmos. And once you understand that conceptually, you can live into it experientially.
It's crazy, isn't it? How many companies, how many like visionary thinkers on the planet are yet to contemplate some of these ideas, you know, and we've built whole societies without these spiritual foundations. And you know, I loved hearing you call yourself a systems architect on our call the other day. And yeah, I love out loud, you know, that's what we're kind of here to bring voice to, is how we take what has been experienced as intangible into a dialogue that makes it tangible. And what you're speaking to is exactly that. And so I guess my question is, any entrepreneurs that are listening, any teams, you know, that are starting to become present to the fact that they have no idea about the nature of reality, and yet they say they're solving some of the biggest global problems that we're confronted with, or that their companies are striving to solve some of the biggest problems we're confronted with as a humanity. What are they setting themselves up for by not really diving deep into these understandings, teachings?
As you know, a serial entrepreneur myself, I can speak to this because I have 5 companies right now, and I'm working in the realm of entrepreneurship very deeply. It's really important to understand the roots of capitalism. Because if you don't understand the roots of capitalism, you won't understand the effects. It's kind of like we're speaking about spirituality. If you don't understand the lexicon, then you're going to be confused by the outcome. Capitalism is a system that takes raw materials, raw labor, entrepreneurship, and capital, infuses them together to produce a good or a service, which we call surplus. Your goal in capitalism is to sell for as much as you can, to get as much surplus as possible from those raw costs, and the differential is something called profit, which you return to the capital holders and the entrepreneurs and the stakeholders. That's it. That's capitalism. Not more complicated than that. Okay. So if that's capitalism, you're always going to look for what? The cheapest raw materials, the cheapest labor, the cheapest forms of capital, and the most exploitation you can have for entrepreneurs. Do you not see that happening on the planet right now? What is economic imperialism? It means we go into the poorest countries, we loan them money, i.e. capital, we exploit them for resources and their labor, we exploit poor labor laws, we're anti-union, to get the cheapest raw materials as possible to create the most surplus to return it to investors and capital holders. That's it. So if you think you're going to start a corporation that's going to solve the problems through the lens of capitalism, think again, because capitalism by its very nature needs to change, right? We need to understand that we're in a finite planet with finite resources, and that in order to be able to increase the living conditions of people, we need to be able to increase the capacity for, I wouldn't even say socialism, because socialism is, again, a word that was giving too much power to government to influence social policy. It's almost like, how do we create more compassion? How do we create systemic architecture that's able to redistribute resources to the good of the whole? Right? That's what we need to discover. And that being said, there still is a role for corporations, okay? Because we do need effective companies to be able to change the paradigm. There's a whole world of social capitalism out there right now. There's a whole world of impact investment out there right now. And they're trying to do good things. I was sitting on the board of Social Venture Circle. They're the oldest running social venture organization. I'm very familiar with that world and what they're trying to do. But I would highly recommend anybody read a book by Anand Giridharadas called Winner Takes All. And he exposes the fallacy of impact-based capitalism without true government policies. Because you look at Silicon Valley and you look at the, neoliberal technocratic idealism of saving the world through technology. Well, look what's happening now. I don't even know how much I need to go into that right now. Just look, right? It's not happening. Look at the whole world of crypto. The world of crypto is going to save everything. No, it produced hyper-capitalism. Now, the roots of crypto are brilliant. Ethereum, Bitcoin, they have incredible potential for humanity because they've created architectures to decentralize power, right? Decentralize decision-making, i.e. governance, decentralize capital and money production and flow. These are the 2 main sources of power on our planet. So if you're able to create an architecture that's able to create a collective decision-making body without the need for a centralized intermediary that can create and distribute resources effectively, you've now created an entirely new system. And these systems and the players that be are doing their best to discredit it. They're doing their best to be able to regulate it. They're doing the best to just tell you it's just about capitalism, but it's not. Right? These big centralized, players like Binance and FTX and all the guys that are going down right now, everybody that's going down in crypto are centralized players, everybody. None of the decentralized players are going down.
Can we
Just
just
watch.
quickly talk about, you know, the 1 billion that was used to leverage a raise of how much in FTX? Like if that doesn't speak to some level of centralized influence, like, you know, just by equation, shows, you know, and yeah, it's such an important conversation. One of the last speakers spoke about the fair distribution of wealth, you know, for future generations, and who's funded, and why it's important that we fund a diversity of perspective. And just the systems we have at the moment just have not allowed for that diversity to be heard, to be honored, to be included. You know, based on systems of capitalism now in the West, do you believe that with a change of, say, vibrational state of the individuals within those systems, a shift in consciousness, an awakening to deeper compassion, we can salvage any of the current infrastructure that we utilize to drive business development in our world?
Only if the government gets involved, I have to say. Meaning, right now, corporate law says that you must provide shareholder profit at all costs. So no matter what your awakening of consciousness says, if you drop in profits, you are literally can be sued for failing to breach your fiduciary responsibilities to your shareholders. So you want to go green all of a sudden, but it affects the bottom line, you can be sued. Your shareholders can sue you for your value system. So if you're a starting entrepreneur right now, I highly recommend you look at shareholders agreements right now. If you've never heard of them, go look them up. Bake your value system into your shareholders agreements. We did it in our company, and I'm actually going to be planning to open source that by the end of this year. So you can see what I mean. I will show you how I bake my manifesto into our shareholders agreements, so you can understand how you can create the context where anybody who becomes a shareholder in your company agrees to ascribe to your value system. If you do that, you've now protected your company. You can do whatever you want. You can create a system where you give all your money back to people and nobody can say anything to you because you set it up front. You need to take control. Don't just start a standard corporation and think you can make change without a shareholders agreement. And don't go public. If you're a public company, you're done. You can't, it's pretty much almost impossible to do anything after that because you've now gone to a public market. And now the public owns you, which is not a bad thing, except for it's following that exact same market capitalistic system. So stay private, have shareholders agreements, and create new methodologies to distribute your resources. And in the beginning, it's going to be you trying to do the best you can to create a tidal wave of compassion amongst the world. But join things like ASBC, who are now, ASCAP, which is the American Sustainable Business Council, which just merged with SVC. They have 20,000 members, and they're doing their best to lobby government to put triple bottom line principles into the incorporation of every single corporation to be able to mandate these things. So when government is able to recognize some of these impending challenges that we have and institutes laws that every corporation must follow, you will see that change. So it is a cascading. It is possible. It is possible, but as a collective awareness triggers that, which then creates a new type of model for civilization. But it's a long shot.
Yeah, it is a long shot. I mean, and how's that going to go when, you know, globalization is accelerated at the pace that it currently is? Then, you know, we have very, very, very few. I mean, this has always been the case, but I think even more visibly so, making so many decisions that really, like, people in politics remain the puppeteers of those few decision makers on our planet that are holding 99% of the world's resources. Is there actually really a pathway? I mean, I had 4 years as a commissioner in government. That was enough for me to see. I'm very skeptical around whether or not policy change will actually drive behavioral change. You know, like, yes, we can hold companies accountable based on certain policies, but at the end of the day, like, does it really change how John treats Jimmy at work? You know, is the revolution of compassion really going to come into play by writing policies that will probably have a bunch of conflicting policies and loopholes, you know?
Well, it has to be both, right?
Yeah.
Meaning you can't be anti-government. You are government, right? If you don't like the government, change it towards something that works better. But at some point, you're going to have a system of governing. You have to have a way to be able to manage the commons and resources. It has to happen. You know, you can't have millions of people on a planet without governance. It doesn't work. So whatever system of governance you choose, however you want to participate in it, it is important that policy changes are made, because when policy changes are made to be able to protect rivers get protected. It does happen. It does make a huge difference, you know, when oceans are protected and when habitats are protected. There's so much science showing that when nature is protected legally and you make it very expensive to hurt and harm nature, it does make a huge difference.
Okay.
So I'm all for policy. I think policy is absolutely important and critical, but policy cannot replace the evolution of consciousness. They are in a feedback loop with each other. And unfortunately, it's a slow feedback loop, but we can make it faster, right? Right. Look at the LGBTQ community, right? Look how much change they've made, because even though they're a tiny subsegment of the population, they have one of the largest voices. Why? Why? You have to ask yourself the question, why? Right? Why do we hear about trans people all the time, even though they're like 0.0001% of the population? Why? Because they have a loud voice, because they've learned how to leverage their voice really well. Kudos to them. We got to learn something from them, right? Problem with the spiritual community is we go, oh, it's all one, kumbaya, and go into the forest and fuck off. Like, that's not helpful. It's not going to help anyone. If we, the awakening consciousness, can't unite around a shared identity and make our voices heard and make it loud and make it strong and become warrior spirits amongst the world, we can't complain when change is not affected. It's because it's going to be us. It has to be the ones who have integrated this consciousness that unify and are able to stand for something together. But the only reason we haven't been able to so far is because we haven't been able to inhabit a collective identity.
That's right. I couldn't agree more with that. And this is I think one of the risks of having one world sort of government structure is that there's so much influence then on the narrative, and for people to not necessarily have spiritually matured to recognize that they are ultimately what is more powerful. And government will have to yield to the demands of people's voices, because that is by definition what they're there to do. But my point to the treatment, individual to individual, if that cultural revolution isn't happening fast enough, the level of disempowerment from top down that can continue to perpetuate, it's like, people waking up then inside of the matrix becomes a very onerous task, So one of the things I think about a lot is, if our spiritual maturity falls so far behind of our technological advancement and the way data is being captured, and how government and big tech companies and corporations are using that data, the capacity to keep people inside an echo chamber of belief, or really, not really thinking for themselves, not really understanding the power they have to advocate, to influence policy, it becomes, I think, a real risk.
It is a real risk. And that's why we need more awakened leaders on our planet. My teacher once said, all we need is 100 people on our planet that are fully awake to change the world. And that's not a big number. Right? It's not a big number, but awakening is not an easy thing. It means conquering the little self. It means completely letting go of your small idea of who you are. It means practice. It means discipline. And in a world where we're all encouraged to be lazy, where we're all just encouraged to eat what we want, to think what we want, to be distracted, with everything. We're in a distraction, comfort-oriented culture. And that's how we're pacified. We're pacified constantly. The masculine has been pacified, and made wrong for having a warrior spirit. Said, hey, it's been literally emasculated, testosterone introduction, women have been confused into what a woman even is. I don't even know it anymore. Like confusion is intentional. We're meant to be always in a state of confusion, even around our gender, even around things that seem apparently basic. And these are tactics. And the spiritual warrior class has to be beyond these tactics. And, speaking and standing for truth. But if we don't do it together, it becomes very difficult.
Solidarity. That's really it. And I think, that can begin, maybe to make this practical, you guys, that can begin simply by not bystanding these kinds of conversations. You know, how many times does someone have the bravery around you to start speaking some of this truth, but because it's sensitive or it's difficult, you just kind of don't get involved, you know? But there's such a power that you have to affect change. People notice when you're willing to lead a conversation that other people are too afraid to have.
Yeah. It's a really important point, Nicole. Thank you for saying that. Your voice matters. It really does. If you're listening to this, I can just tell you your voice matters. You know, you speaking about what matters to you, you speaking from your heart, you anchoring in your truth and sharing that. You're not being afraid of being able to inhabit your truth and what you know to be true inside of your heart from a clear place. It's important. We need your voice. We need the voice of wisdom in this planet right now. We need you to speak. You know, I highly recommend checking out people like Wisdom Master Matikanton. You can go look at her at HUMUH.org. Take a look. Go listen to people like Jeffrey Armstrong, who I was telling you about. So much of my talk today from the Vedas and the Vedic Renaissance comes directly from him. There's so many teachers out there, you know, that are inhabiting and speaking the direct truth that will give you and empower you with the conversational tools and the understanding you need to become this inner warrior.
Go and do that, please, you know, for all of humanity. I wanted to touch on your takeaways, because I know you just attended the Conscious AI Summit, and AI has been definitely a theme of conversation in differing ways already through the talks today. One of the points that was made in the last talk was the really being solid in drawing the lines between the human spirit and AI and technology. Knowing that there's something about the human spirit that's spontaneous, that's miraculous, that prediction won't ever really be able to touch. And yet that's not often represented in the conversation around AI. So I'm just curious to hear your thoughts around the advancement of AI in our world and how that relates to spirituality.
So the first question I asked at the summit, Google, Facebook engineers, you know, Microsoft, all these different people from AI. We were in a Conscious AI is the name of the summit. Excellent. And I asked, what do you define as conscious? So we went around the circle. Nobody had a good definition of what it meant to be conscious. And people were like, oh, well, it means that you're aware of yourself. It's a decent one. Okay. How about other people? Okay. Conscious means that you're able to have a direct thought or perceive. Okay. So there's no consensus and no understanding of the word conscious.
Basically, that was the takeaway.
So that was the beginning. I'm like, okay. So we don't have a common definition of understanding consciousness. We still think of consciousness as an arising from matter, because that is a scientific paradigm today, that consciousness arises from matter. Only right now in the West, people are like, wait a second, maybe consciousness is this thing that actually gives rise to matter. Yeah. Like, no, that can't be that. Can't be that. You know, it's too ephemeral for us. We can't measure it. If we can't measure it, we can't understand it. So that's the paradox of our world. Again, so in the Vedas, you have the understandings. This is the Atma, this is the Jiva Atma. This is how Atma comes into Prakriti. Prakriti means always moving or always turning. It's the physical world of manifestation. It's a manifest dream, how the dream time operates, how the mind operates, and how imagery reflects off the mind to create the dream time of life. The different planes of reality that we exist in. Right? There's 14 different dimensions. We're in Bhuvarloka. There's the astral plane, which becomes the physical plane. The sun is a step-down transformer of the astral into the physical plane. You are the awareness of the super consciousness that transmits and interconnects all the different planes. And your physical body is an interdimensional, multidimensional vehicle that travels between planes, that is interconnected between planar realities, that when dies, goes into a new body because your karma is existing in a causal plane of information, of memory. This is the reality architecture. You can't make a machine to do that. That's not how it works. That's not how reality architecture works at all. And as we spoke to these AI teams, it's algorithms. And what we call AI becoming self-aware is predictive algorithms. So meaning you have algorithms that are able to interpret algorithms, and self-learning means algorithms are interpreting algorithms. And based on the interpretation, they're adjusting their algorithms on their interpretation. And there's a feedback loop between them. We're calling that conscious. That is not conscious at all. We are very, 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 very far away from AI becoming quote unquote conscious. We are.
Do you believe it's possible? Just side note, do you believe it's possible?
With the way that we're currently going? No. not. I don't believe it's possible because we don't understand spiritual science yet.
Mm.
Once we understand spiritual and biological science, once we understand the astral and physical plane, once we understand the nature of awareness, once we understand how to be able to create vehicles that can embody spirit, yes, we will be able to do that. Is it in the next 100 years? I highly, highly, highly doubt it, because our West hasn't caught up. And by the time the West catches up to that, they will probably go through a period of enlightenment. It's a new renaissance, because once you understand that, your responsibility and ethical responsibility, your understanding of the nature of reality to get to the point you'd be able to create that will be very different. You understand what I'm saying?
Totally. I think this is
So-
a very important message, by the way. Very, 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 very important message that I just want to give the time and space for that to really sink in what you're saying, because there's so much debate, you know, in this conversation, and this, from what I've listened to, heard, explored, is not represented in the conversation at all. You know, we're not talking about integrity and alignment, you know, and how that is paramount to really activating our true capacity spiritually as a human being, and how that then defines, you know, everything that we're creating thereafter. No one is really having that conversation. The fact that AI is being referred to as a supreme intelligence that's going to become the intelligence on our planet, I think is just like gravely misguided on so many levels, you know, and such a like a throwing away of what we are, you know, in our technology, in our biology, in our spirit, in our spirituality, which can only come from such a massive amount of ignorance, you know, that we don't know who we are. To even propose that for some of the brightest minds, or who are perceived to be the brightest minds in the world, making that proposition, you know, that
But their intellect, their bright intellect,
yeah,
right? They have sharp intellects. Intellect, it only goes as far as it goes. The people with some of the brightest intellects of the planet can also be the most miserable and the most unhappy and the most unhealthy. And I've seen it again and again and again. I've been working in the field of tech for 20 years. Right? I see some of the tech workers in this field are, you know, wanting to escape into a metaverse and upload themselves into a digital universe because of how unhappy they are. Right? They are miserable. They feel unacknowledged, unseen, not sexy, not beautiful, and they want to become an avatar so that they can live and project their greatest fantasies in the world of mind because they don't feel connected to themselves. It's really important to understand this. Right? It's really important to understand it. I mean, Ready Player One is a great movie that kind of shows that, right? I don't know if any of you have seen it, Ready Player One, but like the whole, you know, virtual reality, upload yourself world into this whole other world where you become this whole other avatar. Well, remember that the protagonist main character was bullied. He was, you know, never accepted in school, hated himself. And only when he uploaded himself into that world did he feel a sense of peace of who he was, because he was anonymous, right? It's important to recognize that, because we fetishize that, and the entire concept of Facebook's meta is based on that movie without understanding its roots, right? This whole singularity idea that you can upload your consciousness. Again, you don't know what consciousness is. You're uploading memory. Memory is not conscious. It's memory. And the continuation of memory is suffering. Memory is karma. So you want to upload your karma. You already have karma, first of all. You're already living it, right? And you want to upload that and live that perpetually. Are you insane? Do you know how much suffering that actually is? No, you don't, because you're ignorant. You don't understand the spiritual science yet. So we have a group of very ignorant people who are very intellectually brilliant, but are ignorant of their own interiority, thinking they know who they are and it's a blind leading the blind. And it's dangerous. It absolutely is dangerous, because we have exponential technology being introduced into a world of still warfaring and war-bearing civilization. So that does present existential risks, as people like Elon Musk and others have said. Drone warfare and AI warfare, and we're not responsible enough to use the technologies that we're being given. And this is a huge, huge problem. And this is also why it is such an impetus for the collective beings on the planet who do know who they are to rise up and create a new identity as a planetary civilization of awakened citizens, embedding inside of a cosmology, the ancient truth of our cosmology, where we stand together beyond race, beyond gender, beyond skin color, beyond religion, beyond any of the matrices of identity that were given to us. There's a new identity that needs to arise, and that we need to collectively inhabit together and be able to act on together as a global civilization. We need the united peoples of the planet, not the United Nations, because as we come together in that and create critical mass, we'll create enough of a voice that's loud enough and clear enough and strong enough and is not afraid of death. So we're not afraid of using our voices to speak, right? Because that's all fear of death is, right? When we'll create the loudest chorus saying, this is how we're willing to operate and how we're not. And we need that more than ever on our planet. And it has to start here, and it has to start now.
Yes, we need to create a series on this, I think, for distribution of every, tech startup that's wanting to tackle some of these issues, like, I don't know, a mandate on understanding our interiority before wanting to replicate, more of our ignorance in the world. But, there's a few things I want to highlight because there's so much wisdom in what you just shared, that the prediction that AI uses to basically emulate the future, or what it sees to be, to predict, it's all based on memory. It's all based on what has been. It's void of the spontaneous. It's void of wonderment. It's void of, everything that is miraculous about the human experience. Within that, the misrepresentation of what consciousness is, it's that we have this miracle available to us in all moments, that we are throwing away the value in the way that we talk about it, which is the biggest virtue I believe we've been given. Sovereignty is the greatest virtue we've been given. To want to build metaverses based on prediction that will become void, of what truly is human, is of course something that we all, I think, if we really understood what was being presenced here, we would stand against, because there's something in us, there's something in our soul that I think knows, that's not it. That's not the highest joy. That's not the most freedom we can experience as a people. And yet very few, I think, are advocating, for that conversation.
There's a part of the wanting to create a self-replica of ourselves that's natural. Right? Like a mother births a child, that's fractal. Our nature is fractal and self-similar and wants to create versions of itself. And that's a natural phenomenon. So I want to give voice to that natural phenomena of our desire, the biomimicry, the desire to create biomimicry, the desire to recreate environments, the desire to be able to build a world and to build a universe is actually really natural within us, because we are building worlds. The world that you've created is your world. There's no other world outside of it. As you spiritually awaken, you'll understand deeper what I mean by this is truly your world. This is your universe. It's everything that you see and perceive is within you. You've already created your own metaverse. Right? So that's one. But the desire to be able to want to create a digital replication of that is not an unnatural desire, right? Because we want to create a fractal. Yet, if it is embedded with from this disconnected separate place that we're speaking of, it's going to become extractive and rapacious by its very nature and siphon human consciousness into the machine. And that is where the danger comes in. So how do we treat these technology responsibly and ethically? Because there are ways to be able to do it responsibly and ethically. There are ways to be able to create a place where the unfoldment of our digital and technological worlds can have a place, but it has a place alongside the understanding and the nurturing and development of the human spirit. And I think that conversation creates an inclusivity. It creates an allowance for the exploration of technology, but it also really brings in both the ethical, spiritual, and systemic considerations into it as well.
This has been so good. and every piece that we touch on provokes another 100 questions. But for the sake of respecting your time and the time of all of our viewers, let's bring it into some of the key, I guess, points of consideration, contemplation, and all that we've discussed for for these guys to sit with, you know, and talk about, hopefully together with their teams and within community.
You want me to go? Let me go.
Yeah. You definitely, you go, and then I can share some more of my highlights.
I think for me, it's what would love do? Your topic is love out loud, right? What would love do? What is the nature of love? How does love arise? When and how does love arise? Does love arise spontaneously within you? Do you have the experience, my beloved viewer, wherever you are, whoever you are, of just being still and love arising within you? What is that? Where does that come from? What does it mean to touch into that even deeper? What does it mean to go into that deeper? To live with that, to meditate with that, to experience love suffuse your being? What happens when love suffuses your being? Who are you? Do you care? Do you care about all the little things and all of the little trivial things in your life when love suffuses your being? Or are you existing in this self-existent bliss? Love. Tapping into that, you'll come to realize your true nature. Because if you can experience that in the silence, and it suffuses and fills your whole body with no cause or condition, there's something natural about that. Because you want that. Everybody is trying to go towards that. They're trying to grasp everything in the world to find that. And yet you just found it within yourself with no conditions, nothing, zero, except for your own inner silence. There's something really special there. There's a real treasure there that if you go into and discover, you will find the secret of life, the secret of light, the secret of consciousness, the secret of the soul, the nature of mind. All of it is contained right there. And the entire Vedic library is here to support you. That's one of the takeaways. Yoga is not just something you do with your body. The yogic philosophy is a pantheon. It is a library. Dive into it. Look up the Upanishads. Read a copy of the Bhagavad Gita. Dive into the Vedas. Understand it, because it provides you the lexicon to understand who you are. Go read people like Jeffrey Armstrong. He's such a great translator of the Vedas for the Western mind, probably the best I've ever found. Read people like that, listen to people like that, because he'll give you an understanding of who you are. And he'll give you not only an understanding, but language to communicate it. That's important. Not many teachers do that. He does that. Go find it. Go do your research. Because only when you're grounded in this, only when you are so clear of who you are and certain and grounded, can you be a force for change. Can you be a force for everybody in your network, your environment, everybody that you touch, everybody that you connect with? You'll be able to bring this light of wisdom through. And that's how change happens. It happens with you awakening, learning, growing, committing, and transmitting. Each one of us doing that is supportive. And then we need the Sangha, or we need the community. We need the collective. We need each other. I did a music video called We Need Each Other. For this very purpose, we need each other. We need each other to lean on. We need each other for support, for guidance, for counsel. And so know that what is coming, in order for us to feel like, wow, we really can do this, we need to feel a sense of togetherness. We need to feel a sense of unity. The sense of unity that comes gives us the power, the courage, and the conviction to live that change in the world. So we're going to say only greater challenges come for our planet. And at some point, the pressures are going to become so deep and so real that it's going to become like a pressure cooker that's going to pop. And what's going to pop is that decision for us to be like, we have to unify. It's not right now it's still fanciful. Right now it's still, oh yeah, it should happen, but really I'm still doing pretty okay. Like, the world is still kind of intact together, that'll crumble. So if you're watching this and you're one of the spiritual warrior seers who sees that time coming and knows that time coming, prepare for it. It's coming. Prepare for it in your life, your body, your family, in your mind, and your consciousness, and your business. Prepare for it because it's coming. And get ready to be a leader for when that time comes, because your voice will be needed.
That's it. I mean, that's the core message. Know that that's the truth. And remain sovereign in your pursuit of unity, inner unity, through understanding who you are, and that nothing outside of you can ever be more powerful than that inner silence that all of us, as you so beautifully just shared, have access to without any condition required. It's just there. It's ever present, ever pervasive, always available and never changing. There is so much peace, that we can grasp through knowing that that is who we are and what we always have available. I've so loved this conversation, and I'm so grateful for your time, Ram.
Welcome.
Yeah. The projects that you're most passionate about, your own and potentially even collaborators or whoever else you want to give a shout out to, and how our community can support your mission.
Yeah, I think one of the projects I'm working on right now is called Creation. You can take a look at creation.space. And
Cool.
it is a blockchain-based communal network. Rather than a social network, we're called a communal network. So it's built for communities to have rich economic interactions and exchanges with each other. And we built Unify, we built it to 2 million people, but we realized we don't really know anybody in our community. Like, who are the people on our page? What are their gifts? What are their skills? How do they want to contribute? Do they want to contribute? What is their art? Can we support them? What is their poetry? What is their work? What is their dharma? Right? We have this 2 million people on a Facebook page, but all we get is like, comments, and shares and engagement. It's not real community. It is a fabrication. And we all know that, we all feel it, but what's coming next? So we're building that, what we call communal network. So any community that really wants to be able to co-create with their community on an economic level, on a project-based level, to be able to co-earn and to be able to template governance structures, to be able to have shared treasuries, to become essentially DAOs. We're building the infrastructure to allow that to happen in a really simple way, to provide a new economic opportunity. We believe the future companies are going to be communities, and that by having win-win economic relationships amongst community members, we can start to really template what the new world is going to look like. So if you're a community, you have a community, if you have a project, if you're an influencer, if you want to create using that model, it's built for teal organizations. It's built for people who are at that level of consciousness, who are looking for the win-win. It's not built for those who just want to extract for themselves. If you're still in that world, it's probably not for you. We're building it, and we have an incredible team of 10 people and funding, and we're supported to build this for the good of the whole. So I'd say that's one of my dearest heart projects that I'm working on. And then I'm releasing a book of poetry soon called The Book of Love, and it's my heart sharing. And
yes.
maybe I'll end with a poem. Do you like a poem?
Yes, please.
That'll probably be the cap on this. Okay. Okay, I think this one will be good. This is what happens when you have like a huge document.
It's an entire book of poetry. Yeah.
Okay. Come with me, beloved. Let us play like awakened children upon her timeless, sandy shores. Let us put down our heavy loads of worries, fears, concerns, hopes, doubts, and wishes for the precious treasure of this moment. I see the weary lines on your face, the hidden hardships hiding behind the creases of your smile. Let me kiss them away, for my lips have been blessed by my beloved to wash away the illusions of time from her own precious forms. Let us be like the fragrant pollen of the rose, releasing into the bright summer sky, trusting fully in the wind to carry us to a place where we can once again grow carefree to delight creation with its own beauty. Beloved friends, Raamayan is aching to express his devotion to your hallowed feet, to bathe you in sandal water and honey, and invites you to the dance that never ends. Yet you cling to your story of suffering, like a widow does the garments of her lost love, weeping at the memories of a time that will never return. I will wait here patiently, threading flowers for your garland, making your favorite sweets, and learning your favorite love songs, until you are one day ready to forgive this dream.
Yes, brother. The sweetness
and
of
sweetness.
love.
That's it. It's good to be here with you. So
Thank you.
good. Thank you for allowing me to be here on this share with you. I look forward to more.
Of course, much love and big hugs to everyone who I love that you're sharing space with in Bali as well. Yeah. No, thank
See you
you. Okay. What a perfect way to end the final session of day one of the Global Unity Summit. Wow, if you're in a time zone, specifically Europe, that wasn't able to join us live, please make sure you still leave your comments when you're watching the replay, even though you're going to be watching this at the end. Worthwhile asking you again to share that live stream. Tomorrow we have an incredible day in store. We're going to be diving deep into what on a practical level communities need to look like to really actualize some of the incredible points that Ram just made. And then we venture into the space of media and how media bias has affected our world and what we can do about it, and what a creator economy looks like that can represent a multitude of different voices so we can escape media biases. Again, it's a very core passion of mine personally, so I'm really excited for these conversations. And we're going to touch on with Adam McInnes tomorrow as well, music, the power of music, how it's been exploited, and how the landscape of music can actually be re-leveraged for true healing when it's aligned to what is natural. So it's a series of amazing conversations that we have in store. We want to thank you so much as a team for your attention, for your participation. This is just the beginning, and know that after the 3 days of Summit, we're actually going to invite a lot of these speakers back into intentionally curated panel discussions to dive deeper into the subjects that we're touching on over these 3 days. And so the more you give your feedback, the more you write your reflections on our streams, on our platforms, in our WhatsApp, in our Telegram, the more we're going to be able to take on what you guys want to dive deeper into as our community and do some really powerful curating, which is specific to you and your curiosities and where you want to learn and grow, which is what we're here to do. We're here to serve you guys. So thank you again. We love you, and we cannot wait to see you tomorrow. So stay tuned. And if there's anything I can do personally between now and tomorrow, please, of course, don't hesitate to message me on any of the channels that you might be watching this.